Welcome to Easy Drift Sleep. Before we begin our journey into tranquility, a gentle like and subscribe helps us create more peaceful stories for you. Welcome now to a journey through time, a gentle descent into the quiet origins of something profoundly simple yet utterly essential. We begin with the very first whisper of warmth, the softest rustle of ancient brains, and the grounding scent of earth itself. Imagine a world just awakening, where the rhythm of life was dictated by the sun and the seasons, and the most fundamental sustenance was born from the ground beneath our feet. This is the story of bread, a tale woven through millennia, connecting us to our earliest ancestors with every comforting crumb. Our journey begins not in grand palaces or bustling cities, but in the quiet, open landscapes of a time long past. A time when humanity first began to understand the bounty of the wild earth. Picture the Levant, a fertile crescent of land, around 14,400 years ago. Here, amidst the gentle slopes and flowing rivers, the Natufian people lived, a culture that predated the widespread practice of agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, yes, but their ingenuity was already shaping the future in subtle yet profound ways. It is from a Natufian salt in Jordan that we find the earliest evidence of bread-like foods, a discovery that pushes the story of bread back far beyond what was once imagined. This wasn't the fluffy, leavened loaf you know today, but something far more primal, a testament to human resourcefulness. These early forms of bread were likely flatbreads, humble and unpretentious, born from the simple act of grinding wild grains. Imagine the scene. Hands carefully gathering the slender stalks of wild einkorn or emmer wheat, grains that grew resiliently in the ancient landscape. These grains, once harvested, would then be processed with the simplest of tools. The first known bread-making implements, such as grinding stones, date back to this very Natufian culture, around 14,500 years ago. These weren't sophisticated mills, but rather robust stones, often concave, upon which the grains would be crushed and rubbed with another smaller stone, known as a handstone or a mano. The rhythm of grinding was a soft, persistent rasp, a sound that spoke of sustenance and survival. This process of grinding transformed the hard, dry kernels into a coarse flour, a powdery substance that held the promise of nourishment. To this flour, water would be added, perhaps from a nearby stream or collected rain. The mixture would be kneaded, not with the practiced ease of a modern baker, but with hands learning, experimenting, feeling the dough come together. These early recipes were wonderfully simple: ground grains, water, and perhaps a touch of salt, if it was available from natural deposits. There were no complex measurements, no precise timings, just an intuitive understanding of how these basic elements combined. The resulting dough, often a thick, dense paste, was then ready for its transformation by fire. The cooking methods of these ancient times were equally elemental. Imagine a small fire, carefully tended, its flames licking at dry branches and brush. As the fire died down, leaving behind a bed of glowing embers and hot ashes, the prepared dough would be placed directly upon these heated surfaces. Sometimes it would be laid on a flat, hot stone, strategically positioned within the embers. The heat from below would slowly cook the dough, transforming it from a raw paste into a solid edible form. This was unleavened bread, a simple mixture of grain and water, similar in texture and appearance to a cracker or a thick tortilla. It was dense, hearty, and provided essential energy for the daily tasks of hunting, gathering, and building. The earliest ovens were not the brick structures we might envision. Instead, they were often simple pits dug directly into the earth. These pits would be heated by building a fire within them, allowing the coals to warm the surrounding soil and stones. Once the pit was sufficiently hot, the embers would be raked out and the dough would be placed inside. The pit would then be covered, perhaps with a flat stone or a mound of earth, trapping the heat and allowing the bread to bake slowly, gently, sometimes even overnight. This method of slow, indirect cooking imbued the bread with a unique flavor, a subtle smokiness from the earth, and the lingering warmth of the fire. The warmth radiating from these early ovens was more than just a cooking medium. In the cool mornings or evenings, the gentle glow of embers would have provided a comforting light, a focal point for the small communities. This warmth was often utilized for other purposes too, perhaps to keep other foods warm, or to dry herbs and grains, making the most of every precious calorie of heat generated. The ingenuity of these early bakers, working with the most basic materials, laid the foundation for all future culinary advancements. Their understanding of fire, earth, and grain was the very first chapter in the long, rich history of bread. As millennia passed, human societies began to settle, transitioning from nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyles to more sedentary agricultural practices. This shift, often referred to as the Neolithic Revolution, profoundly impacted the story of bread. The cultivation of grains became a cornerstone of human civilization, leading to the development of what are now known as the breadbasket regions of the ancient world. The Fertile Crescent, a crescent-shaped region stretching from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea, became a cradle of agriculture, its rich soils yielding abundant harvests of wheat and barley. This geographical advantage was crucial, providing a reliable and plentiful source of the raw materials necessary for widespread bread production. In these burgeoning agricultural societies, the methods of bread making continued to evolve. The grinding of grains became more efficient with improved querns, some featuring a saddle-shaped lower stone and a reciprocating upper stone, allowing for a more consistent and finer flour. The rhythmic sound of these grinding stones, a steady, almost meditative sound, would have echoed through early villages and settlements. The act of kneading dough, too, became a more communal and practiced activity. Imagine the hands of generations working the dough, developing an intuitive feel for its texture and elasticity. This rhythmic kneading, a fundamental part of bread making, was not just a physical act, but a connection to the earth and the sustenance it provided. The Mesopotamian civilizations, particularly the Sumerians and Babylonians, who flourished in the fertile lands between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, took the art of bread making to new heights. Their societies were complex, their innovations numerous, and bread was central to their daily lives, their economy, and their religious practices. Archaeological finds from Mesopotamia reveal sophisticated grain mills and advanced clay ovens, indicating a well-established baking tradition. These ancient Mesopotamians developed an astonishing variety of breads, with some estimates suggesting over 300 different types. This diversity ranged from simple, everyday loaves to enriched breads used in elaborate religious rituals and as offerings to the gods. Ancient Mesopotamian ovens were often beehive-shaped, constructed from clay and mud, designed to retain heat efficiently. These ovens were not just tools for cooking, they were central to community life. Their warmth radiated outwards, providing comfort and a gathering place, sometimes even warming nearby homes in the cooler months. Imagine the aroma of baking bread wafting through the narrow streets of an ancient Sumerian city, a comforting scent that signaled life and nourishment. The warmth emanating from these ovens was a constant, gentle presence, a silent testament to the ingenuity of early human engineering. The Babylonians, renowned for their advanced writing system, cuneiform, left behind a wealth of information, including tablets that contain recipes for various types of bread. These ancient texts reveal that their breads were often enriched with ingredients like honey, which would have added sweetness and helped with preservation, or fat, which would have made the loaves richer and more tender. This demonstrates an early understanding of how different ingredients could alter the texture and flavor of bread, moving beyond mere sustenance to a form of culinary art. The use of bread in religious rituals was also significant. It was offered to deities, symbolizing life and abundance, and consumed during sacred ceremonies, forging a deep spiritual connection to this staple food. The transition from simple flatbreads to more complex forms was a slow, gradual process, driven by both necessity and innovation. The understanding of different grains, their properties, and how they could be processed continued to deepen. Wild grains like einkorn and emmer wheat, which were more resilient and easier to cultivate in ancient times, were gradually joined by other varieties, leading to a wider array of flours and bread types. The development of more effective tools for harvesting, threshing, and milling meant that the production of flour became less arduous and more consistent. Imagine the quiet dedication of the ancient bakers, their hands covered in flour, their movements precise and practiced. The rhythmic sound of kneading dough by hand was a common, almost meditative activity in ancient households and early bakeries. It was a physical connection to the food, a process that required patience and strength, transforming a simple mixture of flour and water into something pliable and alive. This tactile experience, the feel of the dough yielding and then resisting, was a fundamental part of the baking process, a tradition passed down through countless generations. The ovens themselves continued to evolve. While simple pit ovens remained in use, more sophisticated structures began to appear. Some ancient ovens were built directly into the ground, but featured internal chambers or shelves, allowing for better heat distribution. Others were constructed above ground, using clay, brick, or stone, materials chosen for their excellent heat retention properties. These ovens were often fueled by readily available materials like wood, straw, or even dried dung, each contributing its own subtle character to the baking process and the resulting bread. The choice of fuel was not arbitrary. It was based on local availability and the desired heat output, a practical consideration in a world without modern energy sources. The warmth radiating from these ancient ovens was a constant comforting presence in early settlements. It was a source of life, a place where raw ingredients were transformed into nourishing food. The gentle glow of embers, particularly in the early morning hours, would have provided a soft light, illuminating the faces of those who tended the fires and prepared the dough. This warmth was not just for baking. It was often harnessed to keep other foods warm, or to dry herbs and grains, making the most of every precious calorie of heat. The efficiency and multi-purpose nature of these early ovens speak to the resourcefulness of our ancestors. As we reflect on these ancient beginnings, we can almost feel the coarse texture of the first flatbreads, taste the subtle smokiness from the hot stones, and hear the rhythmic grinding of wild grains. This foundational knowledge, this deep connection to the earth and its bounty, was the bedrock upon which all future bread-making traditions would be built. The simple act of combining grain and water, transformed by fire, was a revolutionary step, providing a reliable and portable source of energy that fueled the growth of early human societies. The journey of bread began with these humble, unleavened forms, dense, hearty, and utterly essential. They were the original staff of life, sustaining communities, fueling expeditions, and forming the basis of early diets. The understanding of how to cultivate grains, how to process them into flour, and how to cook them into an edible form was a monumental achievement, one that shaped the course of human history. From the quiet encampments of the Natufians to the bustling cities of Mesopotamia, bread was a constant, a symbol of sustenance and civilization. Now, as the warmth of these ancient hearths begins to settle, and the faint aroma of embers drifts away, we prepare to turn a new page in our story. The simple flatbreads, cooked on hot stones and in earthen pits, have laid the groundwork. But a new discovery, an accidental miracle, is about to transform bread forever. The secret of leavening, the breath of life that would make bread rise. This next step will be a gentle transition, leading us from the grounding density of ancient flatbreads to the lightness and possibility of a new era. The quiet hum of the earth's embrace, which nurtured the first grains and baked the first loaves, now holds the promise of something truly transformative. Our journey into the sleepy history of bread now carries us gently forward, beyond the simple flatbreads baked on hot stones or within the warm embrace of earthen pits. We stand at the threshold of a profound transformation, a moment when the very essence of bread shifted from a dense, unleavened sustenance to something lighter, airier, and infinitely more versatile. Often attributed to the ancient Egyptians, was not a sudden invention, but rather a gradual discovery, born from observation and perhaps a touch of serendipity. Imagine the banks of the Nile, a cradle of civilization where agriculture flourished with remarkable vigor. The fertile soil, replenished annually by the river's gentle floods, yielded abundant harvests of emmer wheat and barley. These grains formed the bedrock of the Egyptian diet, ground into flour and mixed with water to create a staple that sustained a vast population. For millennia, this mixture was simply pressed into flat cakes and baked, much like the earliest forms of bread found across the globe. The breakthrough, the quiet revolution of leavening, likely occurred by accident. In the warm, humid climate of ancient Egypt, dough left exposed to the air for even a short period would naturally begin to ferment. Wild yeasts, microscopic fungi ever present in the environment, would settle upon the moist surface of the dough. These tiny organisms, invisible to the naked eye, consume the sugars present in the flour and in turn produce carbon dioxide gas and alcohol as byproducts. When this gas becomes trapped within the elastic network of gluten, a protein formed when flour and water are combined, it creates small bubbles, causing the dough to swell and rise. The ancient Egyptians, astute observers of their natural world, would have noticed this phenomenon. A forgotten batch of dough, perhaps left out overnight, might have appeared puffed up and lighter than usual. When baked, this risen dough would have yielded a loaf with a different texture, softer, more palatable, and easier to chew. This accidental discovery was not merely a culinary improvement, it was a technological leap. The ability to consistently reproduce this leavening effect required understanding, even if rudimentary, of the process. They learned to save a small portion of fermented dough from one day's baking to use as a starter for the next. This practice, known as sourdough starter, is one of the oldest forms of leavening and has been continuously employed for thousands of years. The starter, a living culture of wild yeasts and lactic acid bacteria, would be fed with fresh flour and water, maintaining its vitality and ensuring a continuous supply of leavened bread. The earliest evidence of leavened bread comes from Egyptian tombs, where loaves dating back to around 2600 BCE have been discovered. These archaeological finds, often placed as provisions for the afterlife, reveal the distinctive porous texture of risen bread. The Egyptians not only embraced this new form of bread, but also developed sophisticated techniques for its production. They built specialized ovens, often cylindrical clay structures, which allowed for more even and controlled baking than open fires or hot stones. These ovens, sometimes referred to as tanners or taboons, were heated internally, and the dough would be pressed against their hot walls or placed on shelves within. Bread became so central to Egyptian life that it was used as a form of currency. Workers were often paid in loaves of bread, and its production was a highly organized industry. Large bakeries, employing numerous individuals, were established to feed the vast workforces constructing pyramids and other monumental structures. The social hierarchy was even reflected in the bread consumed. The wealthy and elite had access to finer flours, often made from sifted wheat, producing whiter, softer loaves. The common people, however, typically ate coarser bread made from whole-grain flour, which was more nutritious, but also denser and darker. The Egyptians also experimented with different ingredients, adding honey, fruits, and spices to their bread, transforming it from a mere staple into a more elaborate food item. The art of baking became a respected profession, and bakers were skilled artisans. Hieroglyphs and tomb paintings depict various stages of bread making, from grinding grain with saddle querns to kneading dough and baking loaves in ovens. These visual records offer a precious glimpse into the daily life and culinary practices of this ancient civilization. The concept of leavening, once discovered, spread slowly but surely across the ancient world. From Egypt, it traveled to the Levant, then to the Greeks and the Romans. Each culture adapted the techniques to their own grains and preferences, but the fundamental principle remained the same: harnessing the power of microscopic organisms to transform a simple mixture of flour and water into something light and airy. The Greeks, who learned much from the Egyptians, adopted bread making with enthusiasm. They refined the milling process, developing more efficient grinding stones that produced finer flour. They also introduced a wider variety of bread shapes and types, often incorporating olive oil, herbs, and cheese into their recipes. For the Greeks, bread was not just food, it was an integral part of their cultural and religious practices. Special breads were offered to the gods, and bread was a central component of communal meals and symposia. The Roman Empire, with its vast reach and sophisticated infrastructure, took bread production to an unprecedented scale. Roman bakeries, known as pistrina, were highly organized and often operated like modern factories. They employed large numbers of bakers, millers, and oven operators. The Romans developed water-powered mills, significantly increasing the efficiency of flour production. They also invented the first mechanical dough mixers, powered by animals or slaves, which revolutionized the labor-intensive process of kneading. In Rome, bread was not just a food item, but a political tool. The Roman government famously implemented the annona, a system of grain distribution that provided subsidized or free bread to its citizens, especially the poor. This policy, often summarized by the phrase "bread and circuses," was crucial for maintaining social order and preventing unrest. The quality and availability of bread were directly linked to the stability of the empire. Roman bakers were highly skilled and respected professionals. They had their own guilds, and their trade was often passed down through families. The ruins of Pompeii provide a remarkable snapshot of a Roman bakery, complete with ovens, grinding stones, and even carbonized loaves of bread preserved by the volcanic ash. These loaves, often round and scored into 8 wedges, offer tangible evidence of their advanced baking techniques. The Romans also developed a wide array of bread types, from simple daily loaves to elaborate specialty breads, some enriched with milk, eggs, or butter. They even had a form of fast food bread, small rolls that could be easily consumed on the go. As the Roman Empire expanded, so did the knowledge and practice of bread making. Roman legions carried their baking traditions with them, introducing leavened bread to new territories across Europe. The techniques and technologies they employed laid the foundation for the development of bread making in subsequent centuries. The legacy of their large-scale production and distribution systems would influence European bakeries for hundreds of years. With the decline of the Roman Empire, the centralized large-scale production of bread diminished in many regions. The focus shifted back to more localized, often household-based baking. The fundamental knowledge of leavening and oven construction persisted. Monasteries, which became centers of learning and agricultural innovation during the early Middle Ages, played a crucial role in preserving and developing baking traditions. Monks often maintained their own mills and bakeries, producing bread for their communities and for travelers. The early medieval period saw a continuation of the basic leavening methods, primarily using sourdough starters. Yeast as a distinct organism was not yet fully understood, but its effects were well known and harnessed. The quality of bread varied greatly depending on the availability of grain, the skill of the baker, and the type of flour used. Rye and barley were common grains, especially in Northern Europe, often producing darker, denser loaves compared to the wheat breads of the Mediterranean. The medieval village often centered around a communal oven, a vital piece of infrastructure. These ovens were typically large, brick or stone structures, heated by burning wood inside. Once the oven reached the desired temperature, the embers would be raked out, and the bread dough, prepared by individual households, would be brought to be baked. The baker, or the oven master, would oversee the process, ensuring that everyone's loaves were properly cooked. This communal baking fostered a sense of community and shared effort, as families relied on each other and on the village infrastructure for their daily bread. The types of bread consumed in the Middle Ages were often indicative of social status. The nobility and wealthy merchants could afford manchet, or pain de main, fine white breads made from highly sifted wheat flour. These loaves were considered a luxury, a symbol of refinement and status. The common folk, however, ate maslin bread, a coarser loaf made from a mixture of wheat and rye, or rye bread, which was dark, dense, and very nutritious. These breads, often baked in large round loaves, formed the bulk of the medieval diet, providing essential calories and sustenance. The practice of trenchers also became common. These were thick slices of stale bread, often made from coarser grains, which served as edible plates. Food, typically stews or roasted meats, would be served directly on the trenchers, absorbing the juices and flavors. After the meal, the softened trenchers would either be eaten by the diners, given to servants, or distributed to the poor. This ingenious use of bread minimized waste and provided an additional source of nourishment. Throughout the medieval period, the process of milling grain remained labor-intensive, though advancements were made. Water mills and windmills, which harnessed natural power sources, became more widespread, gradually replacing the hand-powered querns. These mills were often owned by feudal lords or monasteries, and peasants were typically required to pay a fee to have their grain ground, a practice known as soak. This control over milling was a significant source of power and income for the elite. Baking, whether in communal ovens or private kitchens, was a fundamental skill. Women often managed the household baking, while professional bakers operated in towns and cities. Bakers' guilds began to form, regulating the trade, setting standards for quality, and protecting the interests of their members. These guilds played a crucial role in maintaining the reputation of bakers and ensuring a consistent supply of bread to urban populations. The bread of the Middle Ages, though often simpler than its Roman predecessors, was nonetheless a cornerstone of daily life. It was consumed at every meal, often accompanied by cheese, pottage, or ale. The smell of baking bread would have been a constant. Comforting presence in medieval towns and villages. a testament to the ongoing human endeavor to transform simple grains into life-sustaining food. As we move into the early modern period, the understanding of leavening began to deepen. While sourdough remained prevalent, the use of brewer's yeast, a byproduct of beer making, started to gain traction. Brewers had long observed the frothy head that formed during fermentation, and it was discovered that this foam, rich in active yeast, could be used to leaven bread more quickly and reliably than traditional sourdough starters. This development marked a significant step towards the more controlled and predictable baking processes we know today. The introduction of brewer's yeast allowed for the production of lighter, softer breads with a more consistent texture. It also reduced the time required for dough to rise, making baking a more efficient process. This innovation, combined with improvements in oven technology and milling, gradually led to a wider variety of bread types and a greater availability of quality bread for all social classes. The journey of bread, from its humble beginnings as a flat cake to the diverse loaves of the early modern era, reflects not only culinary evolution, but also the broader sweep of human history. It tells a story of innovation, adaptation, and the enduring human need for sustenance and comfort. Each step, from the accidental fermentation in ancient Egypt to the organized bakeries of Rome and the communal ovens of the Middle Ages, has added a layer of richness to this fundamental food. The quiet hum of the earth's embrace, which nurtured the first grains and baked the first loaves, now holds the promise of something truly transformative. We have witnessed the gentle transition, moving from the grounding density of ancient flatbreads to the lightness and possibility of a new era. The breath of life, once a mystery, is now understood, allowing bread to rise, to offer comfort and nourishment in ways previously unimagined. This quiet evolution, a slow and steady ascent from the earth, prepares us for the further unfolding of bread's rich and comforting history, a journey that continues to gently unfold. The gentle transition from ancient flatbreads to the lightness of leavened bread marks a profound shift in human history, a culinary revolution born from observation and ingenuity. This transformation, a slow and steady ascent from the earth, prepares us for the further unfolding of bread's rich and comforting history, a journey that continues to gently unfold, carrying us deeper into its quiet narrative. Our journey now takes us further back in time, to the very origins of bread, to the earliest moments when grains first met water and heat, long before the purposeful cultivation of yeast. Imagine a world where humanity lived in intimate connection with the land, where sustenance was gathered directly from nature's bounty. This was a time of hunter-gatherers, nomadic peoples, whose diets were dictated by the seasons and the availability of wild resources. Yet even in this primal landscape, the seeds of bread were being sown. Quite literally, the story begins not with a cultivated field, but with wild grasses, ancestors of modern wheat and barley, growing in abundance across vast plains and fertile crescent regions. These wild grains, though small and difficult to process, contained the fundamental components for bread: starch and protein. Early humans, driven by necessity and curiosity, began to experiment with these readily available resources. Archaeological evidence suggests that grinding stones, known as querns, date back tens of thousands of years, long predating agriculture itself. These rudimentary tools, often simple flat stones and handheld grinders, were used to crush wild seeds and grains, breaking down their tough outer husks and releasing the nutritious inner kernels. The process was laborious, requiring significant effort to produce even a small amount of flour. Imagine the rhythmic sound of stone against stone, a steady, repetitive motion, as ancient hands worked to transform hard, dry seeds into a coarse meal. This early flour was likely much rougher than anything we recognize today, containing fragments of husk and germ, imparting a robust, earthy flavor. It was a testament to human persistence, a commitment to extracting every possible calorie from their environment. Once ground, this primitive flour would have been mixed with water. The exact moment of this first mixing is lost to time, but it was an inevitable step. Perhaps it was accidental, a bowl of ground grain left exposed to rain, or a deliberate attempt to make the meal more palatable and digestible. The resulting paste, a simple dough of flour and water, would have been thick and heavy. Without any leavening agents, it would have possessed little elasticity or airiness. The next crucial step was cooking. Early humans did not possess ovens as we understand them. Their cooking methods were far more elemental, relying on open fires and hot stones. Imagine a fire pit, glowing with embers, stones heated to an intense temperature within its heart. The dough, perhaps flattened into a thin disc, would have been placed directly onto these hot stones, or perhaps draped over them, allowing the heat to bake it slowly. The result would have been a dense, unleavened flatbread, similar in texture to a cracker or a very thick tortilla. These early flatbreads, though simple, represented a monumental achievement. They were portable, durable, and provided a concentrated source of energy, making them ideal for nomadic lifestyles. They could be carried on long journeys, sustaining hunters and gatherers as they moved across landscapes in search of food. The act of baking, even in this rudimentary form, transformed the grains, making their nutrients more accessible and digestible than raw seeds. This was not just food, it was a technological leap, a way of preserving and transporting calories in a convenient form. Evidence of these ancient flatbreads has been found in various archaeological sites around the world. In Jordan, researchers discovered charred remains of a flatbread-like food dating back over 14,000 years, made by Natufian hunter-gatherers. This discovery pushed back the known history of bread by several millennia, demonstrating that bread was being made long before the advent of agriculture. These Natufians, living in a region rich with wild cereals, were grinding wild wheat and barley, mixing it with water, and baking it on hot stones. Their bread was likely a staple, providing essential sustenance alongside hunted game and gathered plants. The significance of this early bread cannot be overstated. It was not merely a side dish, it was a fundamental component of the diet, a testament to human adaptability and ingenuity. It laid the groundwork for the agricultural revolution, demonstrating the immense potential of grains as a food source. The consistent demand for these wild grains and the effort required to process them may have been one of the driving forces behind the eventual cultivation of cereals. As communities began to settle, moving from a purely nomadic existence to more sedentary lifestyles, the relationship with grains deepened. The Fertile Crescent, a region encompassing modern-day Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, and parts of Turkey and Iran, became the cradle of agriculture. Here, wild wheat and barley grew in abundance, providing a consistent and reliable food source. The observation that discarded seeds would sprout and grow into new plants eventually led to the deliberate planting and harvesting of crops. This marked the true dawn of agriculture, a shift that would fundamentally alter human society and the history of bread. With agriculture came surpluses. Instead of simply gathering what was available, humans began to produce more food than they immediately needed. This surplus allowed for storage, for planning, and for the development of more sophisticated food preparation techniques. The grinding of grain became more efficient with improved querns, some featuring larger, heavier stones that could process greater quantities of grain. The process was still manual, but the scale increased. The development of permanent settlements also led to innovations in cooking technology. While open fires and hot stones remained common, the concept of a dedicated baking surface began to emerge. Early ovens were often simple clay or mud structures, sometimes dome-shaped, heated by building a fire inside them. Once the structure was thoroughly heated, the embers would be raked out, and the bread would be placed directly onto the hot floor of the oven. The retained heat would then bake the bread. This method provided a more consistent and even heat than open stones, leading to better baked products. These early ovens, though primitive by modern standards, were a significant step forward. They allowed for larger quantities of bread to be baked at once, and the enclosed space meant that the heat was more efficiently utilized. The bread produced in these ovens would still have been unleavened, dense, and hearty, but perhaps with a slightly softer interior than those baked directly on stones. The transition from wild grains to cultivated crops was a slow and gradual process, spanning thousands of years. Early farmers would have selected grains with desirable traits: larger seeds, easier threshing, and higher yields, slowly domesticating them over generations. This selective breeding transformed wild grasses into the staple crops we recognize today, such as emmer and einkorn wheat, which were among the first cereals to be cultivated. The cultivation of these grains brought about a more stable food supply, which in turn supported larger populations and the development of complex societies. Bread, in its unleavened form, became a dietary cornerstone in many early civilizations. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians, one of the earliest urban civilizations, relied heavily on barley and wheat. They developed sophisticated irrigation systems to cultivate vast fields, and bread was a fundamental part of their diet, consumed daily by all social classes. Sumerian cuneiform tablets, some of the earliest written records, contain references to bread and brewing. Indeed, the processes of making bread and beer were intimately linked in these ancient cultures, both relying on fermented grains. The word for bread in Sumerian, ninda, appears frequently in their texts, highlighting its importance. They developed various forms of bread, from simple flatbreads to more elaborate preparations, often flavored with herbs or dates. The preparation of bread in Sumerian households would have been a communal activity. Women, primarily, would have been responsible for grinding the grain, mixing the dough, and baking. The rhythmic sounds of grinding stones would have been a constant backdrop to daily life. The smell of baking bread, even dense and unleavened, would have filled the air, a comforting aroma signifying sustenance and hearth. As we move through time, the story of bread takes us to ancient Egypt, a civilization often referred to as the granary of the world. The Nile River, with its annual flooding, created incredibly fertile soil, allowing for abundant harvests of wheat and barley. Bread was not just food in ancient Egypt, it was currency, a measure of wealth, and a central element in religious rituals and daily life. The Egyptians consumed vast quantities of bread. Workers were often paid in loaves of bread and jugs of beer. Hieroglyphs and tomb paintings depict the entire process of bread making, from harvesting the grain to grinding, mixing, and baking. These detailed depictions provide invaluable insights into their techniques. They show large-scale bakeries, suggesting that bread production was not solely a domestic activity, but also an industrial one, supplying the needs of cities and armies. It is in ancient Egypt that we encounter the first widespread evidence of leavened bread. The discovery of leavening, the process by which dough rises, was likely accidental. A batch of dough, perhaps left exposed to the warm Egyptian air, would have naturally fermented. Wild yeasts, present in the air and on the grain itself, would have begun to consume the sugars in the flour, producing carbon dioxide gas. This gas, trapped within the dough's gluten network, would have caused it to expand and become lighter. When this accidentally fermented dough was baked, the result would have been dramatically different from the dense flatbreads they were accustomed to. The leavened bread would have been softer, airier, and more palatable. This discovery, though serendipitous, was revolutionary. It transformed bread from a simple, heavy staple into a lighter, more appealing food. The Egyptians, being keen observers and innovators, quickly recognized the value of this phenomenon. They learned to harness it, perhaps by saving a small piece of fermented dough, a starter, from one batch to inoculate the next. This practice, known as sourdough starter, is still used today. It allowed them to consistently produce leavened bread, ensuring a steady supply of this new, improved food. The leavening process also led to the development of more sophisticated ovens. To properly bake leavened bread, which expands and requires more even heat distribution, the simple hot stone method was less ideal. Egyptian ovens evolved into taller, cylindrical structures, often made of mud brick, with an opening at the top for loading and an opening near the bottom for fuel and air. These ovens, similar in concept to a tandoor, allowed for better heat retention and more controlled baking. The variety of bread in ancient Egypt was extensive. They produced loaves of different shapes and sizes, using various grains and additions. Some breads were made from finely sifted flour, reserved for the elite, while others used coarser whole-grain flours for the general populace. They even incorporated ingredients like honey, fruits, and spices into their breads, creating early forms of sweet and flavored loaves. The sheer volume and diversity of bread in ancient Egypt underscore its central role in their culture and diet. The legacy of Egyptian bread making spread throughout the ancient world, Trade routes and cultural exchanges carried these innovations to neighboring civilizations. The Greeks, who learned much from the Egyptians, adopted and further refined bread-making techniques. They were particularly fond of white bread, associating it with purity and status. Greek bakers were highly skilled, producing a wide array of breads, some flavored with cheese, oil, or herbs. The Greeks also contributed to the development of the bakery as a distinct profession and establishment. Public bakeries became common in Greek cities, offering a variety of breads to the populace. The baker, or artikopos, was a respected craftsman. They developed specialized tools, including kneading machines powered by animals or slaves, to handle the increasing demand for bread. From Greece, the art of bread making traveled to Rome. Initially, the Romans were not great bread eaters, relying more on a porridge-like gruel called pulse. However, as the Roman Empire expanded and absorbed Greek culture, bread became an increasingly important part of their diet. By the time of the Roman Republic, public bakeries, known as pistrina, were widespread in Rome. Roman bakers, many of whom were Greek slaves or freedmen, brought their expertise to the capital. They introduced a wide range of bread types, from simple daily loaves to elaborate decorative breads for banquets and religious ceremonies. The Romans were particularly innovative in oven design, developing large communal ovens that could bake many loaves at once. These ovens often featured a domed roof and a flat hearth, heated by a wood fire, much like the traditional brick ovens still used today. The Roman army also played a significant role in the spread of bread culture. Soldiers on campaign needed a portable and nutritious food source. Hardtack, a dense unleavened biscuit, was a common ration, but fresh bread was also highly valued. Roman military camps often included temporary bakeries, ensuring that soldiers had access to freshly baked loaves. This practice helped disseminate bread-making knowledge throughout the vast Roman Empire. The social significance of bread in Rome was immense. The state often provided free or subsidized grain to its citizens, a policy known as the cura annone, or care of the grain supply. This ensured that even the poorest citizens had access to bread, which was seen as a fundamental right and a way to maintain social order. The phrase bread and circuses, panem et circenses, encapsulates this idea, highlighting the importance of food and entertainment in keeping the populace content. The Roman bakeries were sophisticated operations. They employed specialized workers for each stage of the process: millers to grind the grain, kneaders to prepare the dough, and bakers to oversee the ovens. The remains of a large Roman bakery, complete with ovens and milling equipment, were famously preserved in the ruins of Pompeii, offering a vivid snapshot of their daily operations. The baker, often a wealthy man, could achieve considerable status in Roman society. As the Roman Empire declined, the centralized systems of grain supply and large-scale bakeries also began to fragment. The focus shifted back towards more localized production. In the early medieval period, following the collapse of Roman authority, bread making often reverted to a more domestic or monastic activity. Monasteries, with their self-sufficient economies and skilled labor, became important centers for agricultural production and bread making. Monks often maintained extensive grain fields and operated large bakeries to feed their communities and provide for the poor. The medieval period saw bread continue its reign as the staple food across Europe. For the vast majority of the population, particularly the peasantry, bread formed the bulk of their diet, often accounting for 70 to 80% of their daily caloric intake. It was literally the staff of life. The type of bread consumed varied greatly depending on social class and region. Peasant bread was typically made from coarser grains like rye, barley, or oats, often mixed with wheat, or sometimes even legumes like peas or beans. This black bread or brown bread was dense, dark, and incredibly nutritious, providing essential fiber and vitamins. It was often baked in large, heavy loaves that could last for several days, slowly becoming harder and drier over time. These loaves were often shared among families, sometimes serving as edible plates known as trenchers, upon which other foods were placed. After the meal, the trencher, soaked with juices, would be eaten by the poor or given to animals. For the nobility and wealthy merchants, white bread made from finely sifted wheat flour was a symbol of status and luxury. The process of sifting flour to remove the bran and germ was laborious, making white flour more expensive and therefore a mark of privilege. This preference for white bread, despite its lower nutritional value compared to whole grain varieties, persisted for centuries and became deeply ingrained in cultural perceptions of food. Medieval bakeries, particularly in towns and cities, were vital community institutions. They were often regulated by guilds, which controlled the quality of ingredients, the size and weight of loaves, and the prices. Guilds also provided training for apprentices, ensuring that the craft of baking was passed down through generations. The baker's trade was highly respected, though also subject to strict oversight due to the essential nature of their product. Bakers who cheated their customers by selling underweight or poor quality loaves faced severe penalties, sometimes even public humiliation in the pillory. The ovens used in medieval bakeries were typically large, wood-fired brick or stone structures. They were often communal, with villagers bringing their dough to be baked for a fee. This communal oven, or banal oven in feudal systems, was a central feature of many villages and manors, reflecting the collective nature of food production and consumption. The heat of these ovens was carefully managed, with the baker often using a long wooden peel to place and retrieve loaves. The aroma of baking bread would have been a constant, comforting presence in medieval towns, a sign of life and sustenance. The types of bread produced in the Middle Ages were diverse. Beyond the common rye and wheat loaves, there were specialized breads for religious festivals, spiced breads, and even breads made with cheese or eggs. The manchet, a small, fine white loaf, was a favorite among the upper classes. Throughout this period, the basic ingredients, flour, water, salt, and leavening, remained constant, but the techniques and the social context of bread making continued to evolve. The leavening agent during the medieval period was still primarily sourdough, derived from wild yeasts, or sometimes barm, the foam collected from fermenting beer. The consistent availability of beer in medieval Europe meant that barm was a readily accessible and effective leavening agent, contributing to the light and airy texture of many medieval breads. The close relationship between brewing and baking first observed in ancient Mesopotamia, continued to thrive. As we gently traverse these centuries, from the wild grains of the Stone Age to the communal ovens of the Middle Ages, we observe a continuous thread of human ingenuity and adaptation. Bread, in its myriad forms, has always been more than just food. It has been a symbol of life, a marker of civilization, a source of comfort, and a testament to the enduring human need for nourishment and community. The quiet hum of ancient grinding stones, the crackle of fires in rudimentary ovens, the steady rhythm of kneading hands, these are the sounds that echo through the history of bread, leading us further into its comforting embrace. The journey continues, ever so slowly, as we descend into the quiet heart of its story. The journey continues, ever so slowly, as we descend into the quiet heart of its story. The story of bread in its earliest forms is a narrative woven with the very fabric of human ingenuity and adaptation. Imagine a time long before the structured fields of agriculture, when early humans, our distant ancestors, first began to interact with wild grains. These grains, small and unassuming, grew in abundance in certain regions, particularly in the Fertile Crescent, a crescent-shaped region spanning modern-day Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and Jordan. It was here, amidst the wild grasses, that the seeds of civilization, quite literally, began to sprout. The earliest evidence of processing wild grains dates back perhaps 23,000 years, found at the Ohalo II site in what is now Israel. Here, archaeologists discovered grinding stones, still bearing traces of wild wheat and barley. This was not yet bread as we know it, but rather a precursor, a coarse meal, perhaps mixed with water to form a kind of gruel or a flat, unleavened paste, then likely pried in the sun or lightly cooked on hot stones. These early preparations were simple, yet revolutionary. They represented a fundamental shift in human diet, moving beyond mere hunter-gathering to a more deliberate interaction with plant resources. As millennia passed, the relationship between humans and grains deepened. Around 10,000 BCE, the Neolithic Revolution began, marking the transition from nomadic hunting and gathering to settled agriculture. This period saw the deliberate cultivation of wild grains like emmer wheat and barley. Farmers selected seeds from the most robust plants, those with larger grains or tougher stalks, slowly, painstakingly, domesticating these wild species into the crops we recognize today. This process was not swift. It unfolded over countless generations, each planting season a small, incremental step towards a more reliable food source. With settled communities came the need for more efficient ways to process grain. The simple grinding stones evolved into more sophisticated tools. Mortars and pestles became common, allowing for a finer milling of grain. The rhythmic thud of pestle against mortar, the gentle rasp of stone on stone, would have been a constant, comforting sound in these early villages, signaling the preparation of the day's sustenance. This finely ground flour, still coarse by modern standards, could then be mixed with water to create a dough. The discovery of leavening, the process that makes bread rise, was likely an accident, a fortunate happenstance observed in ancient Egypt. Imagine a baker, perhaps preparing dough for flatbreads, leaving a portion exposed to the warm air. Wild yeasts, ubiquitous in the environment, would have settled onto the dough, beginning the process of fermentation. The dough would have swelled, becoming lighter, airier. When baked, this leavened dough would have yielded a softer, more palatable product than its flat, unleavened predecessors. This accidental discovery, probably around 4000 BCE, transformed bread forever. The Egyptians, with their abundant harvests from the fertile Nile Delta, became master bakers. They developed sophisticated ovens, often conical in shape, made from clay or mud brick, heated by burning wood or charcoal inside. Once the oven walls were sufficiently hot, the embers would be raked out, and the dough placed directly onto the hot floor or against the heated sides. The dry heat would quickly bake the bread, creating a crusty exterior and a soft, airy interior. The scent of baking bread, a warm, inviting aroma, would have been a daily presence in ancient Egyptian towns and villages. Egyptian tomb paintings and hieroglyphs depict various stages of bread making, from grinding grain to kneading dough and baking loaves. These images offer a vivid glimpse into the daily lives of these ancient people, showing that bread was not just a staple food, but also a central part of their culture and economy. Bakers were respected artisans, and bread was often used as currency or as offerings to the gods. The sheer variety of bread types, from coarse peasant loaves to fine, delicate pastries for the elite, speaks to the sophistication of their baking techniques. The Egyptians also pioneered the use of sourdough starters. Instead of relying on chance encounters with wild yeasts, they learned to cultivate and maintain a portion of fermenting dough, using it to leaven new batches. This continuous process, passed down through generations, ensured a consistent supply of leavened bread. A sourdough starter, a living culture of yeast and bacteria, requires careful nurturing, regular feeding with flour and water, maintaining a suitable temperature. This ancient practice, still cherished by bakers today, connects us directly to those early innovators. The gentle bubbling of a well-fed starter, the faint, tangy aroma it emits, are echoes of ancient kitchens. From Egypt, the art of bread making spread across the Mediterranean. The Greeks learned much from the Egyptians, further refining baking techniques. They introduced a wider variety of grains and flours, experimenting with different shapes and flavors. The Greeks developed more specialized ovens, often with separate chambers for the fire and the baking, allowing for better temperature control. They also began to document their recipes and techniques, contributing to a growing body of knowledge about bread. In ancient Greece, bread was a fundamental part of the diet, consumed at every meal. It was often served with olive oil, cheese, or honey. The Greeks had different types of bread for different occasions and social classes. Barley bread was common for the poor, while wheat bread, particularly white wheat bread, was a luxury reserved for the wealthy. The bustling markets of Greek cities would have been filled with the warm, earthy scent of freshly baked loaves, a comforting aroma mingling with the sounds of daily commerce. The Romans in turn adopted and expanded upon the Greek baking traditions. They were renowned for their engineering prowess, and this extended to their bakeries. Roman cities, especially Rome itself, had numerous public and private bakeries. These bakeries were often large, industrial operations, employing many bakers and slaves. The Romans perfected the use of rotary mills, powered by animals or water, which significantly increased the efficiency of flour production. The rhythmic turning of these millstones, the steady flow of grain, would have been a constant background hum in the Roman countryside. Roman ovens were often massive, brick-built structures designed to bake hundreds of loaves at a time. Some Roman bakeries even had multiple ovens, allowing for continuous production. The warmth radiating from these large ovens would have been substantial, creating a microclimate within the bakery, a comforting heat that would have drawn people in, especially during colder months. The scent of baking bread, rich and complex, would have wafted through the streets of Rome, a familiar and reassuring presence. The Romans also developed a sophisticated system for distributing bread. Public bakeries, known as pistrina, were common, and bread was often subsidized or distributed free to the populace as part of the annona. The grain supply system, designed to prevent famine and maintain social order. This made bread a cornerstone of Roman society, a symbol of stability and imperial benevolence. The sheer scale of Roman bread production was unprecedented, a testament to its central role in their civilization. The tools of the Roman baker were similar in principle to those used today: large kneading troughs, long-handled peels for placing and retrieving loaves from deep ovens, and various molds for shaping bread. The rhythmic sound of kneading dough, the gentle scraping of flour, the soft thud of loaves being placed into the oven, these were the timeless sounds of a Roman bakery, echoing across the centuries. The warmth of a freshly baked Roman loaf, perhaps still steaming, would have been a simple, profound comfort to its recipient. As the Roman Empire declined, so too did the large-scale, centralized baking operations in many parts of Europe. The art of bread making largely reverted to household production, especially in rural areas. However, certain institutions preserved and continued the traditions of professional baking. Monasteries, for instance, became important centers of bread production during the early Middle Ages. Monastic communities, with their self-sufficient economies and disciplined routines, often maintained large ovens and skilled bakers. They produced bread not only for their own consumption, but also for travelers, pilgrims, and the local communities surrounding the monastery. Monastic bakeries were renowned for their high-quality bread. They often had access to fresh water from wells or rivers, crucial for consistent bread making, and their large, permanent ovens were well maintained. The gentle crackling of a wood fire in a monastic oven, the comforting scent of baking bread permeating the quiet cloisters, would have been a daily ritual, a source of sustenance and warmth in often chilly medieval environments. The monks, through their meticulous approach to craft, helped to keep the ancient knowledge of baking alive during a period of significant societal upheaval. In the developing towns and villages of medieval Europe, communal ovens began to emerge as a cornerstone of daily life. Individual homes often lacked the space, resources, or the safety precautions necessary for their own large baking facilities. Instead, villagers would prepare their dough at home and then bring it to a central, communal oven to be baked. This practice was widespread and deeply ingrained in medieval society. These communal ovens were typically large, robust structures built from stone or brick, designed to retain heat for long periods. They were often owned by the local lord, who would charge a fee, sometimes a portion of the baked bread itself, for their use. This oven tax, or banalité, was a common feudal levy, highlighting the essential role of the communal oven in the lives of ordinary people. The warmth radiating from these communal ovens was not just for baking. In chilly medieval villages, the oven became a natural gathering point. People would congregate there, waiting for their bread to bake, sharing news, stories, and the welcome heat. The glowing embers in a medieval oven after a day's baking would have provided a gentle, enduring heat throughout the night, sometimes used for slow-cooking stews or drying fruits. This warmth was a simple luxury, a source of comfort in a world often marked by cold and scarcity. The scent of baking bread would have been a defining characteristic of medieval towns, often signaling the start of a new day. Bakers, whether professional or household, often started their work before dawn, with the glow of their ovens being one of the first lights in a sleeping town. The rhythmic sound of kneading dough, the gentle scraping of flour, the soft thud of loaves being placed into the oven, these were the timeless sounds of a medieval bakery, echoing across the centuries. Medieval bread was often dark and dense, made from coarser flours like rye, barley, or oats, or a mix of grains. Wheat was a more expensive grain, reserved for the upper classes. This dark, hearty bread formed a significant part of the daily diet, providing essential calories and nutrients. It was not just food, it was often used as a trencher, a thick, stale slice of bread upon which other foods were served. The trencher would absorb the juices and flavors from the meat or vegetables, and after the meal, it would either be eaten, given to the poor, or fed to animals. This practice highlights the resourcefulness and practicality of medieval life. White bread, requiring finer milling and sifting to remove the bran and germ, was a luxury in medieval times, reserved for the wealthy. The type of bread consumed often indicated a person's social status, with the finest, whitest loaves gracing the tables of nobility, while the common folk ate the darker, heavier varieties. Bakeries in medieval towns were often subject to strict regulations regarding the weight, quality, and price of bread. These rules were crucial for preventing fraud and ensuring that everyone had access to this essential food. The assize of bread and ale in medieval England, dating back to the 13th century, was one of the earliest forms of consumer protection. It regulated the price of bread according to the price of wheat, and also stipulated specific weights for loaves. To avoid penalties for short-waiting customers, bakers sometimes gave 13 loaves instead of 12, a practice that gave rise to the baker's dozen tradition. Medieval bakers often worked through the night to ensure fresh loaves were ready by morning. The gentle crackling of a wood fire in a medieval oven, the steady rhythm of kneading hands, the comforting scent of baking bread permeating the early morning air. These were constant features of medieval life. The warmth of a freshly baked loaf, wrapped in cloth, was often used to keep hands warm on cold medieval mornings, a simple yet profound comfort. Bakers' guilds in medieval Europe were powerful organizations. They controlled quality, trained apprentices, and protected their trade secrets. These guilds played a vital role in maintaining standards and ensuring the continuity of baking knowledge. They also fostered a sense of community among bakers who shared a common craft and often worked in close proximity. The tools of the medieval baker were simple yet effective. Wooden troughs were used for kneading dough, often absorbing some of the yeast over time and contributing to the sourdough starter. Long-handled peels were essential for placing and retrieving loaves from the deep, hot ovens. Some medieval ovens featured a separate firebox, allowing for continuous baking without removing ashes from the baking chamber, a small but significant innovation. The process of proofing dough, allowing it to rise in a warm place, was understood empirically by medieval bakers to achieve a lighter loaf. The warm, yeasty smell of rising dough in a medieval bakery would have been a precursor to the comforting aroma of baked bread. The low, consistent heat of a cooling medieval oven was often used for slow-cooking stews or drying fruits overnight, extending its utility beyond just baking. In medieval castles, the bakehouse was a dedicated building, sometimes separate from the main kitchen due to the inherent fire risk of large ovens. This separation highlights the importance of bread production and the care taken to ensure safety. The bread stamp, or baker's mark, was used in medieval times to identify the baker of a loaf, especially when using communal ovens, ensuring accountability and quality. The warmth of a freshly baked medieval loaf, often shared among family members, was a simple comfort in colder climates. In some medieval cultures, bread was even believed to have protective or healing properties, used in folk remedies and blessings, underscoring its deep significance beyond mere sustenance. The sound of a medieval baker tapping a finished loaf to check for doneness was a familiar signal of fresh bread, a small, satisfying sound that marked the completion of a long, quiet night's work. As the medieval ovens cooled and the last loaves were pulled, a sense of quiet satisfaction settled over the bakeries. The enduring warmth of the ovens, the lingering scent of baked bread, and the promise of nourishment for the day ahead, these were the timeless comforts that bread has offered across all eras. The journey through its history continues, ever so gently, as we appreciate the ingenuity and evolution of the ovens and tools that made these warm loaves possible. As the medieval era gave way to new centuries, the methods of bread making continued their slow, steady evolution. The simple hearth, once the center of all cooking, began to be supplemented and then, in many cases, replaced by more specialized structures. The communal oven, a cornerstone of village life for so long, remained important, yet private ovens in larger homes and professional bakeries became increasingly common. These ovens, often built from brick or stone, were designed for efficiency, retaining heat for longer periods and allowing for more consistent baking. The design principles were ancient, refined over millennia. A dome-shaped interior, a flat baking surface, and a single opening for loading and unloading. These elements were perfected. The heat, radiating from the heated walls and ceiling, cooked the bread evenly, creating that desirable crust and soft interior. The fuel for these ovens also saw changes. While wood remained the primary source, its type and preparation became more considered. Hardwoods like oak, maple, and ash were preferred for their long, hot burn, producing fewer sparks and a more consistent heat. The wood itself was often seasoned, dried for months or even years to ensure maximum efficiency. This careful selection of fuel was a subtle art, understood by generations of bakers who knew that the quality of the fire directly impacted the quality of the bread. The ash from these fires, once cooled, was not simply discarded. It was often used as a natural fertilizer for gardens, returning nutrients to the earth in a continuous cycle of sustenance. Beyond the oven itself, the tools of the baker also evolved, becoming more specialized and refined. The long-handled peel, used to slide loaves into and out of the scorching oven, remained an indispensable item. Its smooth, often wooden surface prevented the delicate dough from sticking, while its length kept the baker at a safe distance from the intense heat. Dough troughs, once simple wooden bowls, grew larger and more robust, and the baker's tools became ever more finely honed, reflecting the care and attention that went into each loaf. And as night falls and the ovens rest, the story of bread, like the gentle flicker of a flame, continues, ever so gently, to keep us connected to those ancient traditions of warmth, community, and sustenance. Accommodating the increasing quantities of dough produced in commercial bakeries, these troughs, often made from sturdy oak or pine, was sometimes lined with tin or copper to prevent the dough from sticking and to facilitate cleaning. The very act of kneading, once a purely manual and often arduous task, began to see the introduction of mechanical aids. Early forms of dough mixers, though still requiring human power, used levers and gears to assist in a laborious process, making it slightly less physically demanding. The flour itself underwent significant improvements. Windmills and watermills, which had been grinding grain for centuries, became more efficient. The milling process was refined, allowing for finer flours to be produced. This finer flour, with its reduced bran and germ content, led to lighter, whiter breads, which were often seen as a mark of status and quality. The sieving of flour, once done by hand with coarse cloths, became more sophisticated. Bolting cloths, made from finely woven linen or silk, were used to separate the bran from the endosperm, creating different grades of flour. The desire for whiter bread was not merely aesthetic, it was also practical. Whiter flour, with less bran, was thought to produce bread that was easier to digest and less prone to spoilage. The types of grains used for bread also expanded, though wheat remained dominant in many regions. Rye, barley, and oats continued to be important, particularly in areas where wheat was harder to grow. Rye bread, known for its dense texture and distinctive flavor, was a staple in northern and eastern Europe. Its ability to thrive in colder climates made it a resilient and reliable crop. Barley bread, though often coarser, provided essential sustenance, especially in times of scarcity. The diversity of grains reflected the diverse landscapes and agricultural practices across the continent, each region developing its own bread traditions based on what the land could provide. The social structure of baking also saw shifts. While communal ovens persisted in many villages, the rise of professional bakers in towns and cities became more pronounced. These bakers, often organized into guilds, held a significant position within their communities. Guilds regulated the quality of bread, set prices, and trained apprentices, ensuring a consistent standard of production. The guild system provided a framework for skill development and knowledge transfer, passing down centuries of baking wisdom from one generation to the next. Apprentices would spend years learning the trade, starting with menial tasks like fetching water and tending the fire, gradually progressing to mixing dough and shaping loaves. The mastery of bread making was a respected craft, requiring both physical strength and a deep understanding of ingredients and processes. The concept of bread as a commodity, bought and sold, became more formalized. Markets dedicated to food, including bread, became bustling centers of commerce. Bakers would transport their fresh loaves from their bakeries to market stalls, where they would be sold to eager customers. The sight and smell of fresh bread were powerful draws, signaling warmth, comfort, and nourishment. The exchange of bread for coin was a daily ritual, connecting bakers with their communities in a fundamental way. The price of bread was often a sensitive issue, closely monitored by authorities, as it directly impacted the well-being of the populace. Fluctuations in grain prices or harvest yields could lead to significant social unrest, underscoring bread's central role in daily life. The symbolism of bread continued to deepen. Beyond its nutritional value, bread represented life, community, and sustenance. It was present at every meal, from the simplest peasant supper to the grandest feast. It was broken and shared, a gesture of hospitality and fellowship. In many cultures, bread was considered sacred, a gift from the earth, and a symbol of divine providence. The act of baking, therefore, was not merely a practical skill, but a profound connection to the cycles of nature and the rhythms of human existence. The warmth of a freshly baked loaf, the aroma filling a home, evoked feelings of security and well-being, a comfort that transcended mere hunger. The journey of bread through these centuries was not without its challenges. Famines, wars, and diseases could disrupt the delicate balance of grain production and distribution, leading to periods of scarcity. In such times, bread became even more precious, its absence a stark reminder of vulnerability. Bakers, in these difficult periods, often had to adapt, using alternative grains or stretching their supplies to feed their communities. Their resilience and ingenuity were tested, but the fundamental need for bread ensured its continued production, even under the most trying circumstances. The ability to bake, to transform simple ingredients into life-sustaining food, was a skill that was never truly lost. As Europe moved into the early modern period, the exploration of new lands brought new ingredients and new ideas. While these would not immediately transform bread making, they laid the groundwork for future innovations. The introduction of ingredients like potatoes and maize, though initially met with skepticism, would eventually find their way into various forms of bread and other foodstuffs, diversifying the culinary landscape. However, for centuries, the core ingredients of bread, flour, water, salt, and leavening, remained largely unchanged, a testament to their fundamental effectiveness and the enduring traditions of baking. The baking process itself, though refined, retained its artisanal character. The baker's hands, Their experience and their intuition were paramount. They knew the feel of the dough, the subtle changes in its texture as it fermented, the precise moment it was ready for the oven. This intimate knowledge, passed down through generations, was the heart of the craft. The warmth emanating from the oven, the rhythmic sounds of kneading and shaping, the comforting aroma of yeast at work, these sensory experiences were integral to the baker's life. The bakery was often a warm, bustling place, a hub of activity, even in the quiet hours of the night. The ovens, carefully tended, were often preheated for hours, reaching temperatures that could exceed 500 degrees Fahrenheit. The baker would gauge the heat not with thermometers, which were yet to be widely used, but by instinct, by the color of the bricks, the way a handful of flour browned, or by simply feeling the radiant heat. This intuitive understanding of the oven's temperament was crucial for consistent baking. Too hot, and the crust would burn before the interior cooked. Too cool, and the bread would be dense and pale. The perfect bake required a delicate balance, a dance between fire and dough. The shaping of loaves also became more varied. While round and oval loaves remained common, regional specialties emerged. Long, slender baguettes, dense pumpernickel, or elaborate braided breads, each reflected local tastes and traditions. The artistry of the baker was not just in the taste of the bread, but also in its appearance. A well-shaped loaf, with a beautifully browned crust and an inviting aroma, was a source of pride for the baker and a delight for the consumer. The scoring of the dough, the careful cuts made on the surface before baking, served both a practical purpose, allowing the dough to expand without tearing, and an aesthetic one, creating distinctive patterns. The concept of yeast, though not fully understood scientifically until much later, was a practical reality for bakers. Sourdough starters passed down from generation to generation were living cultures of wild yeasts and bacteria. These starters, carefully fed and maintained, provided the leavening power that made bread light and airy. The subtle variations in these starters, influenced by local flours and environmental conditions, contributed to the unique flavors of regional breads. The care of a sourdough starter was a daily ritual, a continuous act of nurturing that connected the baker to the ancient lineage of their craft. The sounds within the bakery were a comforting symphony. The gentle crackle of the wood fire, the rhythmic thud of dough being kneaded, the soft hiss as a loaf was placed onto the hot oven floor, and later, the faint singing of the crust as it cooled. These were the sounds of creation, of nourishment being prepared. Even in the quietest moments, the subtle hum of the living sourdough starter, a testament to the microbial life at its heart, filled the air. It is believed to have occurred accidentally. Perhaps a batch of dough was left exposed to the warm air, allowing wild yeasts present in the environment, or even in the flour itself, to ferment the mixture. The result was a lighter, softer, and more palatable bread, a stark contrast to the dense flatbreads that had dominated earlier diets. This accidental fermentation marked a pivotal moment in culinary history. The process of making bread in ancient Egypt was a communal and often labor-intensive affair. Grain was first harvested. then threshed to separate the kernels from the stalks. Winnowing followed, where the grain was tossed into the air, allowing the wind to carry away the lighter chaff, while the heavier kernels fell back down. This cleaned grain was then ground into flour, a task typically performed by women using saddle querns. These consisted of a large stationary lower stone and a smaller movable upper stone. The grain was placed on the lower stone and rubbed with the upper stone, a slow and arduous process that often introduced grit and sand into the flour, leading to dental wear evident in ancient Egyptian remains. Once the flour was prepared, water was added, and the dough was kneaded. For leavened bread, a portion of old fermented dough, known as a starter, would be incorporated into the new batch. This starter contained active yeast cultures, which would then propagate throughout the fresh dough, causing it to rise. The Egyptians also understood the importance of warmth for fermentation, often placing their dough in sunny spots or near hearths to encourage the yeast to work its magic. The rising dough was a marvel, a transformation from a heavy paste into a light, airy mass. Baking methods also evolved. Early Egyptians used simple halves, baking flatbreads directly on hot stones or in ashes. However, they soon developed more sophisticated ovens. The most common type was the domed oven, or beehive oven, constructed from mud bricks or clay. These ovens were heated by burning wood or charcoal inside them until the walls were thoroughly hot. The embers were then raked out, and the bread was placed directly onto the hot floor or against the heated walls. The residual heat would bake the bread, creating a crusty exterior and a soft interior. This method allowed for more even baking and produced a superior loaf compared to open fire techniques. The variety of bread in ancient Egypt was surprisingly extensive. While emmer wheat was the primary grain, they also cultivated barley. Different types of flour, varying in fineness, led to different qualities of bread. The wealthy might enjoy fine white bread made from carefully sifted flour, while the common people consumed coarser loaves. They even incorporated ingredients like honey, milk, and eggs into their bread for special occasions or offerings, creating early forms of enriched doughs. Some loaves were shaped into intricate forms, resembling animals or human figures, particularly for religious ceremonies or funerary offerings. Bread was so central to Egyptian life that it was used as a form of currency. Workers were often paid in loaves of bread and jugs of beer, highlighting its fundamental value. Hieroglyphs frequently depict scenes of bread making and consumption, underscoring its cultural significance. The phrase "to eat bread" was synonymous with to live, reflecting its role as the staff of life. In the afterlife, bread was considered essential, and tombs were often provisioned with actual loaves or representations of bread to sustain the deceased on their journey. The sheer volume of bread consumed and produced speaks to a highly organized society capable of managing large-scale agricultural and baking operations. As we move westward from Egypt, we encounter the ancient Greeks, a civilization that absorbed many culinary techniques from their predecessors, including the Egyptians. The Greeks, however, refined and expanded upon these methods, bringing their own ingenuity to the art of bread making. While barley was initially a staple grain, wheat gradually gained prominence, particularly for finer breads. The Greeks were known for their sophisticated approach to food, and bread was no exception. They developed a wide array of bread types, often flavored with herbs, cheese, or honey, transforming a basic food into a culinary delight. The Greek baker, or artikopos, was a respected craftsman. Bakeries became established institutions in Greek cities, often equipped with advanced ovens. These ovens were typically front-loaded, built of stone or brick, and designed to retain heat efficiently. The bakeries themselves were often bustling places, filled with the aroma of freshly baked loaves. Unlike earlier domestic baking, Greek bakeries began to specialize, producing different kinds of bread for various social strata and occasions. The quality of bread could signify status, with whiter, finer breads being consumed by the elite, while coarser, darker loaves were the sustenance of the working classes. One significant Greek innovation was the use of sourdough starters. While the Egyptians likely discovered leavening by accident, the Greeks systematically cultivated and maintained sourdough cultures. A sourdough starter is a mixture of flour and water that harbors wild yeasts and lactic acid bacteria. These microorganisms ferment the dough, producing carbon dioxide that makes the bread rise, and also contributing complex flavors and aromas. Maintaining a healthy sourdough starter requires skill and attention, feeding it regularly and understanding its behavior. This practice allowed for consistent production of leavened bread, independent of accidental fermentation. The Greeks also experimented with various flours and additives. They milled different grades of wheat flour, from coarse wholemeal to finely sifted white flour. They sometimes added olive oil, milk, or wine to their doughs, enriching the flavor and texture. For special occasions, they created elaborate breads, such as plakous, a type of cheesecake-like bread, or artos, a round loaf often used in religious ceremonies. The variety of bread types mentioned in ancient Greek texts suggests a vibrant and diverse baking culture. Bread played a significant role in Greek social life and religious practices. It was a fundamental part of every meal, often served with olives, cheese, and vegetables. In religious rituals, bread was offered to the gods, symbolizing sustenance and life. The goddess Demeter, associated with agriculture and grain, was particularly revered, and bread was central to her worship. The Eleusinian Mysteries, one of the most important religious festivals of ancient Greece, involved sacred meals that included bread, emphasizing its spiritual significance. The influence of Greek baking spread throughout the Mediterranean, particularly to the burgeoning Roman Republic. The Romans, known for their practical innovations and organizational prowess, took Greek baking techniques and scaled them to an unprecedented level. As Rome grew into a vast empire, the demand for bread became immense, transforming baking into a large-scale industry. The Romans not only adopted Greek methods, but also introduced their own advancements, further refining the art and science of bread making. Initially, Roman households baked their own bread, much like earlier societies. However, with the growth of cities and the increasing complexity of Roman society, public bakeries became essential. By the 2nd century BCE, professional bakers, known as pistols, were common in Rome. These bakeries were often equipped with large, sophisticated ovens, capable of baking many loaves at once. The Roman baker was a highly skilled artisan, and their trade was well regulated. The Romans developed impressive milling technology. They moved beyond the simple saddle quern to rotary mills, which were far more efficient. These mills, often powered by animals or even water, consisted of two large circular stones. The upper stone rotated on top of a stationary lower stone, grinding the grain between them. This allowed for the production of large quantities of flour, essential for feeding the vast Roman population. The flour was then sifted to various degrees of fineness, producing different grades of bread. Roman bread came in a multitude of forms and qualities. The most common was the panis quotidianus, or daily bread, a relatively coarse loaf that formed the staple of the diet. For the wealthy, there was panis siligineus, a fine white bread made from the purest flour. They also made panis militaris, a hardtack-like bread for soldiers, designed for long shelf life and portability. The Romans were fond of flavored breads, incorporating ingredients like anise, poppy seeds, cheese, and even olives into their doughs. Some breads were made with a sourdough starter, while others used a type of beer yeast for leavening. The Roman bakery was a hub of activity. Bakers would start their day early, preparing the dough, shaping the loaves, and loading them into the large brick ovens. These ovens were typically fired with wood, and the heat had to be carefully managed to ensure even baking. The loaves were often marked with the baker's seal, indicating their origin and quality. The scent of fresh bread would have filled the streets of Roman cities, a comforting and familiar aroma. Bread was not just food, it was a political tool. The Roman government understood the importance of feeding its populace to maintain social order. The bread and circuses policy, or panem et circenses, was a strategy to keep the urban poor content by providing free or subsidized grain and public entertainment. This policy underscored the critical role of bread in Roman society, demonstrating that access to this basic foodstuff was essential for political stability. Large granaries were built to store vast quantities of grain, ensuring a steady supply for the city of Rome. The Roman army also relied heavily on bread. Soldiers were issued rations of grain, which they would often grind and bake themselves, or have baked by camp bakers. The ability to produce and transport bread efficiently was crucial for military campaigns, allowing armies to sustain themselves on long marches and in distant lands. The Roman emphasis on logistics and organization extended to every aspect of bread production and distribution. The legacy of Roman baking techniques persisted long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. As Europe entered the Middle Ages, the fundamental methods of bread making, milling, leavening, kneading, and baking in ovens, remained largely unchanged, though adapted to local conditions and available resources. The transition from the classical world to the medieval era saw bread continue its central role in daily life, often becoming even more deeply intertwined with social structure and religious observance. In medieval Europe, bread was the absolute staple, often accounting for 70 to 80% of a person's diet. The type of bread consumed is a clear indicator of social status. The nobility and wealthy clergy ate fine, white bread made from wheat, often referred to as manchet or wastel bread. This bread was prized for its purity and delicate texture, a symbol of their elevated position. The whiter the bread, the higher the status. For the vast majority of the population, peasants, laborers, and the urban poor, bread was much coarser. It was typically made from a mixture of grains, including rye, barley, oats, and sometimes even legumes like peas or beans, especially in times of scarcity. This maslin bread, or black bread, was dense, dark, and highly nutritious, providing the necessary calories and fiber for a life of hard physical labor. While less refined, it was the bedrock of medieval sustenance. The process of bread making in the Middle Ages was still largely domestic, particularly in rural areas. Women were primarily responsible for grinding grain, kneading dough, and baking. However, communal ovens became increasingly common, especially in villages and manors. These ovens, often owned by the lord of the manor or the local church, were a shared resource. Villagers would prepare their dough at home and then bring it to the communal oven to be baked, paying a fee, often in the form of a portion of the baked bread itself. This system provided a more efficient way to bake, as individual households might not have the resources or space for their own large ovens. In towns and cities, professional bakers became more prevalent. Bakeries were often regulated by guilds, which controlled the quality, weight, and price of bread. These guilds played an important role in maintaining standards and protecting the interests of their members. Bakers' guilds were powerful organizations, reflecting the essential nature of their trade. The assize of bread and ale, a law first enacted in England in the 13th century, standardized the weight and price of bread according to the price of grain, demonstrating the state's involvement in ensuring fair access to this vital food. Medieval ovens were typically large, brick or stone structures, often domed, similar in design to the Roman ovens. They were heated by burning wood inside the baking chamber until the walls were thoroughly hot. The embers and ash would then be raked out, and the loaves placed directly onto the hot oven floor. The residual heat would bake the bread, often producing a thick, flavorful crust. The baker's skill lay in judging the oven's temperature and knowing when to load and unload the loaves. Beyond basic sustenance, bread played other roles. It was used as trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, absorbing the juices from meat or stews. After the meal, the trencher might be eaten by the diner, given to a servant, or even fed to dogs. This practice highlights the resourcefulness of medieval households and the pervasive presence of bread in every aspect of dining. Bread was also deeply intertwined with religious life. In Christian Europe, bread was central to the Eucharist, symbolizing the body of Christ. Special unleavened bread or wafers were used for communion, while leavened bread was consumed in daily life. The blessing of bread was a common practice, and loaves were often offered as tithes to the church. Monasteries, with their large agricultural holdings, often had extensive bakeries, producing bread for their communities and for distribution to the poor. The flavors of medieval bread were often robust and earthy, reflecting the whole grains and traditional sourdough starters used. The milling process was less refined than modern methods, leaving more of the bran and germ in the flour, contributing to a denser, more nutritious loaf. The slow fermentation of sourdough also imparted a distinctive tang and a complex aroma that is often sought after in artisanal breads today. As the centuries progressed, particularly towards the end of the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, improvements in agricultural techniques and milling technology gradually led to a greater availability of wheat and finer flour. This meant that white bread, once a luxury for the elite, slowly became more accessible to a broader segment of the population. The demand for white bread grew, driven by evolving tastes and a desire to emulate the upper classes. The transition from medieval to early modern Europe saw the continued evolution of baking practices. While the fundamental principles remained, there was a gradual shift towards more specialized bakeries and a greater variety of bread types. The discovery of the Americas also introduced new food crops, though wheat remained the dominant grain for bread in Europe. The comforting presence of the baker's oven, emitting its warm, yeasty scent, remained a constant feature of towns and villages. The history of bread is a story of adaptation, innovation, and enduring significance. From the accidental leavening in ancient Egypt to the structured guilds of medieval Europe, bread has always been more than just food. It has been a measure of wealth, a symbol of status, a tool of governance, and a sacred offering. Its journey reflects the broader sweep of human civilization, mirroring our progress in agriculture, technology, and social organization. The warmth radiating from these ancient ovens, the steady rhythm of the millstones grinding grain, the patient waiting for the dough to rise. These are the timeless elements of bread making. They speak of human ingenuity, of community, and of the simple, profound satisfaction of creating something nourishing from the earth's bounty. The quiet power of bread continues to resonate through the ages, a testament to its enduring place in the human heart and hearth. We can almost feel the gentle heat from those long-ago fires. The soft glow of embers, now just a memory, still warms the imagination. The subtle aroma of baking, carried on ancient breezes, invites us to rest in its comforting presence. This timeless journey through the history of bread continues, guiding us now toward the very heart of the baking process itself, the ingenious structures and simple tools that transformed grain into sustenance. The evolution of the oven is a story of human ingenuity, a gradual refinement of how to harness and control heat. Early baking often involved simply placing dough on hot stones or under hot ashes, a rudimentary but effective method. Yet the desire for more consistent results, for bread that was evenly cooked and perfectly browned, led to greater innovations. The invention of the enclosed oven marked a significant turning point. This development allowed for far more consistent and efficient baking. Instead of direct contact with fire, the bread could now bake within a chamber where heat was radiated evenly from all sides. This meant a better crust, a more thoroughly cooked interior, and a much more predictable outcome for the baker. Ancient ovens were often constructed from readily available materials: clay, brick, or stone. These materials were chosen for their excellent heat retention properties. Once heated, they would slowly release their warmth, providing a stable temperature for baking over an extended period. This slow, even baking was crucial for developing the texture and flavor of the bread. Many ancient oven designs featured a distinct hearth for the fire and a separate chamber where the bread was placed. This separation prevented the bread from being scorched by direct flames, while still ensuring it received ample heat. The baker would build a fire in the hearth, allowing the oven walls to absorb the heat, and then remove the embers before placing the dough inside. Some of these early ovens showcased remarkable engineering for their time. Intricate flues were sometimes incorporated into the design, specifically to distribute heat more evenly throughout the baking chamber. These channels would guide the hot air and smoke, ensuring that no single part of the oven became too hot or too cool. It was a testament to the early understanding of thermal dynamics. In certain regions, ancient ovens were cleverly built into the sides of hills or mounds. This natural placement utilized the earth's insulating properties, which helped to maintain consistent temperatures for even longer periods. The earth acted as a natural blanket, preventing heat from escaping too quickly and allowing for slow, gentle baking. The fuel used for these ancient ovens varied depending on what was available locally. Wood was a common choice, prized for its steady burn and high heat output. Straw, often a byproduct of grain harvesting, was also used, providing a quick burst of intense heat. In some areas, dried dung served as an effective and readily accessible fuel source. Each fuel imparted its own subtle characteristics to the oven's heat, and indirectly to the bread. Some ancient ovens were designed with multiple chambers. This sophisticated arrangement allowed for different items to be baked simultaneously, often at varying temperatures. A baker might bake denser loaves in one section, while lighter pastries or other foods cooked in another, optimizing the use of precious heat. As centuries passed and societies evolved, so too did the tools of the baker. Medieval bakeries, often bustling hubs of activity, developed specialized implements to manage the demands of larger-scale production. Among the most iconic of these was the long-handled peel. The peel, sometimes called an oven shovel, is an ancient tool whose design has remained remarkably consistent over millennia. This flat, shovel-like instrument, typically made of wood, was essential for placing and retrieving loaves from the deep, hot interiors of large brick or stone ovens. Its long handle kept the baker at a safe distance from the intense heat. The earliest known bread-making tools were much simpler, reflecting the more rudimentary methods of the time. Grinding stones, known as querns, were fundamental for processing grain into flour. These often consisted of two stones, one stationary and one rotated by hand to crush the kernels. Simple mixing bowls, crafted from wood or clay, were used for combining flour and water to form dough. The Middle Ages brought significant advancements in grain processing. The invention of the watermill and later the windmill revolutionized the grinding of grain. These mechanical mills replaced manual labor, allowing for much larger quantities of grain to be processed more efficiently. This led to the production of finer flours, which in turn contributed to the creation of lighter, more refined breads. Ancient bread, due to less refined milling techniques, was often denser and coarser than modern bread. The milling process typically left more of the bran and germ intact, resulting in a darker, heartier loaf. These ancient loaves were incredibly nutritious and provided essential sustenance. Medieval bakeries often included a small, enclosed room, sometimes referred to as a proving room. This space was intentionally kept warm, providing an ideal environment for dough to rise more effectively. The consistent warmth encouraged the yeast to ferment, producing the gases that gave bread its light, airy texture. Bakers in medieval times frequently used large wooden troughs for kneading dough. These troughs were not just practical containers. Over time, they would absorb some of the wild yeast and beneficial bacteria from previous batches. This absorption contributed to the development of a natural sourdough starter, adding depth of flavor and character to the bread. A common feature in medieval bakeries was a small window or opening positioned near the oven. This aperture served a practical purpose, allowing the baker to gauge the heat inside the oven by observing the color and intensity of the flame. An experienced baker could tell just by looking if the oven was at the right temperature for the next batch of loaves. In some ancient and medieval communities, a specific role existed: the oven watcher. This individual was responsible for tending the communal fire and managing the heat of the shared oven. Their expertise ensured that the oven was always ready for baking, a vital service for communities that relied on shared resources. The construction of ancient ovens, often using a mixture of clay and straw, was a deliberate choice. These materials were excellent at retaining heat, allowing for the slow, even baking that produced delicious bread. The straw, mixed with the clay, added structural integrity and improved insulation. The journey of bread, from the careful cultivation of grain to the meticulous construction of an oven, culminates in a moment of profound satisfaction. It is the moment when the baker, after hours of patient work, finally pulls forth a warm, freshly baked loaf. This simple object, born of earth and fire, carries with it a universal embrace. The warmth of a freshly baked loaf was a simple luxury in ancient and medieval households. It was a tangible comfort, a source of immediate nourishment and reassurance in a world where food was not always plentiful. Holding a warm loaf in one's hands offered a sense of security and well-being. The comforting steam rising from a fresh, warm loaf was a welcome sight after hours of baking. It signaled success, the culmination of a long process, and the promise of a satisfying meal. This gentle vapor carried the rich aroma of cooked grain and yeast, filling the air with an inviting scent. The crackling crust of a warm loaf, fresh from the oven, was a simple pleasure that transcended centuries and cultures. This delicate sound, a testament to the heat and transformation the dough had undergone, hinted at the delicious texture within. It was a sensory delight, a prelude to the first bite. In colder climates, the warmth of a freshly baked loaf, often wrapped in cloth, was sometimes used to keep hands warm on chilly ancient and medieval mornings. It was a practical application of its comforting heat, a small but significant gesture of warmth in a world without central heating. The soft crackle of a cooling, freshly baked loaf was a sound of comfort and sustenance in ancient homes. As the bread rested, its internal structure settled, and the crust continued to crisp, producing these gentle sounds. It was a quiet symphony of domesticity. The gentle hiss of steam escaping from a hot oven as fresh loaves were pulled out, signaled the completion of a long, quiet night's work. This sound, subtle yet significant, marked the end of one phase and the beginning of another, the enjoyment of the bread. It was a testament to the baker's dedication, often working through the pre-dawn hours. The comforting aroma of yeast, flour, and warmth emanating from a bakery was a universal signal of sustenance and home. This scent, carried on the breeze, would draw people in, promising nourishment and a sense of community. It was a fragrance that evoked feelings of security and well-being. The sleepy quality of bread making, with its slow fermentation and patient baking, has remained a constant throughout its long history. From the slow rise of the dough to the unhurried heat of the oven, the process itself encourages a sense of calm and anticipation. It is a rhythm that invites peaceful contemplation. From humble beginnings, the act of baking bread has provided warmth, sustenance, and comfort for millennia. It is a practice deeply embedded in the human experience, connecting us to our ancestors and to the fundamental needs of life. The simple act of creating bread carries profound meaning. The sleepy hum of a bakery in the quiet hours before dawn, with ovens warming, is a timeless image. It speaks of preparation, of the quiet work that precedes the bustle of the day, ensuring that fresh bread will be ready when the world awakens. It is a scene of gentle industry. The process of baking bread, from grinding grain to warm loaves, was a laborious but essential daily ritual. It required time, effort, and skill, yet it was a task undertaken with purpose, knowing that the outcome would feed families and communities. This daily cycle brought structure and meaning. The comforting scent of baking bread would have permeated medieval towns, signaling a new day. This pervasive aroma, a blend of earthy grain and sweet yeast, was an olfactory clock, marking the passage of time and the beginning of daily life. It was a scent of awakening and provision. The warmth of a bakery at dawn, filled with the scent of baking bread, offered a sense of security and sustenance. It was a place of warmth and industry, a haven where the promise of food was always present. This environment fostered a feeling of well-being and reliability. The warmth of a freshly baked medieval loaf was often shared among family members, a simple comfort in colder climates. Breaking bread together was an act of communion, a way to share warmth and nourishment, strengthening familial bonds around the hearth. The oven-fresh smell of bread was a vital part of the sensory experience of medieval markets and bakeries. It was an irresistible invitation, drawing customers with its promise of deliciousness. This aroma was a powerful marketing tool, signaling quality and freshness. The warm, yeasty smell of rising dough in a medieval bakery would have been a precursor to the comforting aroma of baked bread. This initial scent, subtle and complex, hinted at the transformation taking place, building anticipation for the final product. It was the scent of life and growth. The act of sharing a warm, freshly baked loaf was a universal symbol of hospitality and sustenance across many ancient and medieval cultures. Offering bread to a guest was a gesture of welcome, a sign of generosity and peace, transcending linguistic and cultural barriers. The tradition of breaking bread together as a sign of fellowship and peace has ancient roots, predating many organized religions. This simple act of sharing food, especially bread, fostered community and understanding, creating bonds between individuals and groups. It was a fundamental expression of human connection. Bread was not just food, it was often used as a plate, known as a trencher in medieval dining. These thick slices of stale bread would absorb the juices and gravies from other foods, becoming a flavorful part of the meal themselves, and often given to the poor or animals afterward. The bread and salt tradition, offering these items to guests, symbolizes hospitality and welcome across many cultures. Rooted in bread's ancient significance as a staple of life, it signifies a wish for prosperity and friendship, a gesture of goodwill and acceptance. In some cultures, offering bread and salt was a sign that the guest was truly welcome, protected, and honored. It was more than food, it was life itself. The first loaf of bread from a new oven or harvest held spiritual significance. It was often offered as a blessing, a token of gratitude for the bounty of the earth and the success of the harvest. This practice imbued bread with a sacred quality. As the final warm loaf is savored, its gentle warmth spreading through us, we are reminded of the enduring power of this simple food. Its long and sleepy history, filled with quiet innovation and profound comfort, wraps around us like a soft blanket. The gentle current of its story carries us now deeper into a peaceful stillness. The gentle current of bread's story carries us now deeper into a peaceful stillness. We have journeyed through its ancient origins, touching upon the earliest grains and the first simple hearths. Now we follow the flow of time as bread continued its quiet evolution. The Roman Empire, a vast and intricate civilization, embraced bread with an unparalleled enthusiasm. To the Romans, bread was not merely sustenance, it was a cornerstone of their society, a symbol of their prosperity and their engineering prowess. Roman bakers were highly skilled artisans. They understood the nuances of milling and fermentation, developing techniques that would influence bread making for centuries. Their bakeries were often large, sophisticated operations, quite different from the humble domestic hearths of earlier times. These bakeries featured large, permanent ovens, often built from brick or stone. Some were communal, serving entire neighborhoods, while others were privately owned, catering to the wealthy or supplying the Roman army. The scale of production was impressive, reflecting the immense demand for bread across the empire. One of the most significant innovations of the Roman era was the introduction of the watermill for grinding grain. Before this, grain was typically ground using querns, two circular stones, one rotating on top of the other, powered by human or animal labor. This was a laborious and time-consuming process. Watermills, harnessing the power of flowing rivers, revolutionized milling. They could grind vast quantities of grain much more efficiently, making flour more readily available and reducing the cost of bread. This technological leap was crucial for feeding the burgeoning populations of Roman cities. The Romans also developed a wide variety of bread types. While the common citizen often ate a coarse, dark bread made from less refined flour, the elite enjoyed lighter, whiter loaves. These were made from finely sifted flour, a luxury that indicated status and wealth. There were specialized breads too, military bread, designed to be durable and transportable for soldiers on campaign, and ritual breads, used in religious ceremonies. The diversity of Roman bread reflects a sophisticated culinary culture. The Romans even had a goddess of grain, Ceres, from whom we derive the word cereal. Her festivals were celebrated with offerings of bread and grain, underscoring the deep reverence they held for this vital food source. As the Roman Empire expanded, so did its baking traditions. Wherever Roman legions marched, bakeries followed, ensuring a steady supply of bread for the troops. This spread Roman baking techniques and preferences across a vast geographical area, influencing the culinary landscapes of many future nations. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 CE marked a period of significant change across Europe. The centralized infrastructure that supported large-scale Roman bakeries began to decline. Cities shrank, trade routes were disrupted, and many communities became more self-sufficient. During the early medieval period, often called the Dark Ages, bread production reverted somewhat to a more localized, domestic scale. Many households once again baked their own bread, often in communal ovens shared by a village or manor. These communal ovens were a vital part of medieval life. They were often located near the center of a village, managed by a designated baker or an appointed official. Villagers would bring their prepared dough to the oven, paying a small fee or a portion of their loaf for its use. The types of bread eaten in the early medieval period varied greatly depending on region and social status. For the vast majority of the population, peasants and serfs, bread was the absolute staple of their diet. It provided the bulk of their daily calories and nutrients. This bread was typically made from coarser grains like rye, barley, or oats. Wheat, especially finely milled wheat, remained a luxury reserved for the wealthy and the clergy. The bread was often dark, dense, and hearty, designed to sustain hard physical labor. The preparation of bread was a communal and often laborious task. From harvesting the grain to milling it into flour and then kneading the dough and baking it, the entire process required significant effort and cooperation within a community. As the medieval period progressed, particularly from the High Middle Ages, around the 11th to 13th centuries, there was a gradual resurgence of urban life and trade. This led to the re-emergence of professional bakers and more specialized bakeries. Guilds, associations of craftsmen and merchants, became increasingly important in medieval towns. Bakers' guilds were established to regulate the quality of bread, set prices, and train apprentices. These guilds played a crucial role in maintaining standards and protecting the interests of their members. A master baker, having completed years of apprenticeship and journeyman work, would eventually open his own bakery. These bakeries would often have their own ovens, sometimes quite large, capable of baking many loaves at once. The baker's trade was highly respected, but also subject to strict regulations. The quality and weight of bread were closely monitored by town authorities. Short-changing customers or selling substandard bread could result in severe penalties, including public shaming or fines. One common practice was the baker's dozen. To avoid accusations of short-changing customers, bakers would often include an extra loaf, the 13th loaf, when selling a dozen. This ensured they were always seen as fair, even if their loaves varied slightly in size or weight. Medieval bread was not just food, it was also used as a plate. Thick slices of stale bread, called trenchers, were placed beneath meals to absorb gravies and juices. After the meal, these trenchers might be eaten by the diners, given to servants, or fed to dogs. The bread itself was often quite different from what we consider bread today. It was typically less leavened, denser, and had a chewier texture. The flavor would have been robust, reflecting the grains used and the often wood-fired ovens. In monasteries, bread making was also a significant activity. Monks often cultivated their own fields, milled their own grain, and baked their own bread. Monastic bakeries were known for their efficiency and the quality of their products, often supplying bread to local communities as well. The monastic tradition also preserved many ancient bread-making techniques and recipes. Their disciplined approach to production helped to maintain a consistent standard of bread during times of less organized commerce. The Crusades, beginning in the late 11th century, also played a role in the evolution of bread. Crusaders traveling to the Middle East encountered new spices, ingredients, and culinary techniques, some of which eventually made their way back to Europe. While not directly about bread, this exchange of ideas subtly influenced European cuisine as a whole. As the medieval period drew to a close and the Renaissance began to dawn, the art of bread making continued its slow, steady refinement. New agricultural practices led to better yields of grain, and improvements in milling technology continued to make flour more accessible. The social structure of Europe was also changing. The rise of a merchant class and increasing urbanization meant that more people relied on professional bakers rather than baking their own bread at home. The distinction between white bread for the wealthy and dark bread for the poor remained, but the overall quality and variety of bread available gradually expanded. Bakers experimented with different flours, leavening agents, and baking methods. The journey of bread through the medieval period was one of resilience and adaptation. From the communal ovens of the early Middle Ages to the regulated guilds of the High Middle Ages, bread remained the cornerstone of daily life. It sustained populations, fueled economies, and was deeply woven into the social fabric of the era. Its story during these centuries is not one of dramatic revolution, but rather of quiet persistence, a steady, comforting presence through times of both hardship and burgeoning prosperity. Each loaf baked, each grain milled, contributed to a continuous tradition. The warmth of the oven, the rhythmic kneading of dough, the earthy scent of baking bread, these sensory experiences transcended the centuries, connecting generations through a shared, fundamental act of creation. As we move beyond the medieval period, the story of bread continues to unfold, revealing further innovations and cultural shifts. But for now, we rest in the quiet contemplation of these earlier times. The gentle current of history flows onward, carrying with it the echoes of ancient hearths and medieval bakeries. We are carried along softly into a deeper sense of peace. The story continues to unfold, like a quiet river finding its way to the sea. The gentle hum of its narrative guides us now toward a peaceful and complete rest. The journey through bread's history now leads us to the medieval era. This period brought significant changes to baking practices. Bread became a staple for almost everyone. Its type often indicated social status. The wealthy ate fine white bread, made from sifted flour. The poor consumed darker loaves, often containing rye or barley. These darker breads were more nourishing and filling. They were also less expensive to produce. Bakeries began to emerge as distinct businesses. They were often located near mills for fresh flour. Bakers formed guilds in many towns. These guilds regulated quality and prices. They also protected the trade. Apprenticeships were common. Young bakers learned the craft over many years. Community ovens were still important in villages. Families would bring their dough to be baked. This shared resource fostered community spirit. It also saved fuel and effort for individual households. The ovens were often made of brick or stone. They retained heat for a long time. Wood fires heated them. The ashes were then swept out. The bread was placed inside to bake. Some breads were flavored with herbs or spices. Honey was sometimes added for sweetness. These early breads were dense and hearty. They provided essential energy for daily life. The rhythm of baking was central to medieval towns. The smell of fresh bread filled the air. It was a comforting, constant presence. This ancient craft continued to evolve. Each loaf carried a whisper of history, a quiet story of sustenance and community. We rest now in this gentle echo. The path ahead promises even deeper quiet. The warmth of ancient ovens still lingers. The gentle warmth of the oven lingers, a soft memory, as we journey further into the intricate tapestry of bread's long and nourishing history, moving beyond the foundational medieval practices to explore the fascinating developments that shaped this staple in subsequent eras. The Renaissance, a period of profound cultural and scientific rebirth across Europe, brought subtle yet significant changes to the world of bread, influencing both its production and its perception among different social strata. While the basic ingredients of flour, water, and leavening remained constant, the increasing availability of refined flours, processed with greater efficiency due to advancements in milling technology, began to differentiate the bread consumed by the wealthy from that eaten by the common populace. During this era, the aristocracy and burgeoning merchant class increasingly favored whiter breads made from finely sifted wheat flour, which were considered a symbol of status and purity, contrasting sharply with the darker, coarser loaves made from rye, barley, or less refined wheat that continued to sustain the majority of the population. This distinction was not merely aesthetic. Whiter flour was more expensive to produce, requiring more labor-intensive sifting, and often resulting in a lighter, softer crumb that was perceived as more delicate and luxurious. The rise of specialized bakeries in urban centers catered to these evolving tastes, with master bakers developing new techniques for kneading and shaping dough to achieve the desired textures and appearances for their discerning clientele. In Italy, the birthplace of the Renaissance, regional variations in bread began to solidify, with specific types becoming emblematic of certain cities or provinces, such as the unsalted Tuscan bread, pane toscano, whose lack of salt was historically attributed to the high cost of salt in the region, or a desire to complement the rich flavors of local cuisine. Across the Alps, in France, the foundations for its future reputation as a bread-making nation were being laid, with bakers experimenting with longer fermentation times and more precise temperature control in their ovens, gradually refining the art of creating baguettes and other classic French loaves. The introduction of new spices and flavorings from global trade routes, though primarily used in cakes and pastries, also occasionally found their way into more elaborate breads, especially those prepared for festive occasions or banquets. The Reformation, another transformative movement of the 16th century, also indirectly influenced bread consumption, particularly in Protestant regions where some religious fasts and dietary restrictions were relaxed, potentially leading to a more consistent demand for bread throughout the year without the strict Lenten abstinences that had previously impacted consumption patterns. Furthermore, the burgeoning scientific inquiry of the Renaissance spurred early investigations into the nature of fermentation, though the microbial processes were not fully understood until centuries later. These initial observations laid the groundwork for future scientific advancements in baking. The development of more robust and efficient ovens, often constructed with improved brickwork and flues, allowed for better heat retention and more consistent baking temperatures, contributing to a higher quality and more uniform product. As Europe moved into the age of exploration, new ingredients and agricultural practices from the Americas began to slowly integrate into European diets, though maize, corn, and potatoes would take centuries to become widespread staples. Their eventual adoption would further diversify the range of flours and starches available for bread making. The establishment of larger, more organized bakeries, often regulated by guilds, ensured a certain standard of quality and quantity, especially in growing urban centers where feeding a large population was a constant challenge. These guilds, powerful associations of master bakers, protected their trade secrets, regulated apprenticeships, and often held significant political sway, ensuring fair prices for flour and a stable market for their finished products. The 17th and 18th centuries, often referred to as the early modern period, witnessed further industrialization of milling and a continued stratification of bread types based on social class, with the white bread of the wealthy contrasting sharply with the dark, often dense, rye or oat breads of the poor. The invention of improved windmills and watermills, featuring more sophisticated gearing and grinding stones, allowed for a greater volume of flour production, though the quality still varied significantly depending on the grain and the milling process. In England, the introduction of parliamentary acts, such as the Assize of Bread, attempted to regulate the weight, price, and quality of bread, reflecting the government's recognition of bread's critical importance to social stability and public welfare. The French Revolution, a cataclysmic event at the close of the 18th century, famously intertwined with the availability and price of bread, with the cry, "Let them eat cake," though likely apocryphal, symbolizing the stark disconnect between the aristocracy and the starving masses. The high price of bread, driven by poor harvests and inefficient distribution, was a major catalyst for the unrest, demonstrating bread's enduring role as a political and social barometer. Post-revolution, Efforts were made to ensure a more equitable distribution of bread, and the concept of pain d'égalité, or equality bread, emerged, aiming to provide a single, affordable, and nutritious loaf for all citizens, blurring the previous class distinctions in bread consumption. Across the Atlantic, in the nascent United States, bread traditions were a melting pot of European influences, with English, Dutch, German, and French baking techniques converging and adapting to local ingredients and conditions. Cornbread, made from maize, became a distinctive American staple, particularly in the South, offering a different texture and flavor profile than wheat-based breads, and often serving as a more accessible and affordable alternative. The westward expansion of the United States saw pioneers carrying sourdough starters across vast distances, a testament to the enduring practicality of wild yeast fermentation for baking in remote areas without access to commercial yeast. The 19th century ushered in the true dawn of industrialization, bringing revolutionary changes to every aspect of bread production, from farming to milling to baking. The invention of steam-powered mills dramatically increased the scale and efficiency of flour production, making more refined flour available at lower prices, which gradually democratized access to whiter breads. The roller mill, developed in Switzerland and Hungary in the mid-19th century, replaced traditional stone grinding, allowing for the precise separation of the bran and germ from the endosperm, resulting in a much finer, whiter flour with a longer shelf life, though often at the expense of some nutritional content. Perhaps the most significant innovation of the 19th century for bread making was the isolation and commercial production of baker's yeast, primarily Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Before this, bakers relied on wild yeasts present in the air, in their starters, or in byproducts of brewing beer, leading to variability in fermentation and often longer proofing times. The ability to purchase standardized, reliable yeast provided unprecedented control over the leavening process, allowing for faster, more consistent, and predictable bread production, which was crucial for large-scale bakeries. This development played a pivotal role in the transition from artisanal, small-batch baking to mass production. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the rise of large industrial bakeries, particularly in urban centers, utilizing machinery for mixing, kneading, and shaping dough, further reducing the reliance on manual labor. These bakeries, often operating on a continuous production line, could produce vast quantities of bread to feed growing populations, contributing to the standardization of bread types and flavors. The development of specialized baking equipment, such as dough dividers, rounders, and proofers, streamlined the entire process, making bread production highly efficient. However, this industrialization also led to concerns about the nutritional quality of bread, as the removal of bran and germ from flour, while extending shelf life, also removed many essential vitamins and minerals. In response to these concerns, particularly during times of war when nutritional deficiencies became more apparent, efforts were made to enrich white flour with iron and B vitamins, a practice that became widespread in many countries during the mid-20th century. The advent of sliced bread, first introduced commercially in 1928, revolutionized bread consumption, making it more convenient for consumers and further cementing its role as an everyday staple. The phrase, "the best thing since sliced bread," entered common parlance, underscoring the profound impact of this seemingly simple innovation on daily life. The mid-20th century also witnessed the development of the Chorleywood bread process, CBP, in the United Kingdom in 1961, a highly efficient method designed to produce bread quickly and cheaply from lower protein wheats. This process uses high-speed mixing, ascorbic acid, vitamin C as an oxidant, and a higher proportion of yeast, dramatically reducing fermentation time from hours to minutes. While highly efficient for mass production, the CBP often results in a softer, less flavorful bread with a different crumb structure compared to traditionally fermented loaves, sparking ongoing debates about the quality and authenticity of modern industrial bread.
Throughout this period, despite the dominance of industrial bread, artisanal baking traditions continued in various forms, often in smaller, independent bakeries or within homes, preserving traditional methods and recipes. The cultural significance of bread remained undiminished, with specific types of bread continuing to be central to religious ceremonies, festive celebrations, and daily meals across diverse cultures. In many parts of the world, particularly in developing nations, bread production remained largely artisanal, with local bakeries using traditional ovens and techniques passed down through generations, reflecting the deep-rooted cultural importance of this food. The late 20th and early 21st centuries have seen a resurgence of interest in artisanal and craft bread, driven by a growing consumer demand for natural, high-quality, and flavorful products, often made with locally sourced ingredients and traditional methods. The sourdough revival is a prominent example of this trend, with home bakers and professional boulangeries alike rediscovering the complex flavors and textures achieved through long fermentation with wild yeasts and bacteria. This movement emphasizes the importance of ingredients, the skill of the baker, and the time-honored processes that distinguish craft bread from its industrial counterparts. The scientific understanding of fermentation has also advanced considerably, with microbiologists identifying the specific strains of yeast and bacteria responsible for the unique characteristics of different sourdough starters and the complex flavor compounds they produce. This deeper knowledge allows modern bakers to experiment with greater precision, cultivating specific microbial cultures to achieve desired flavor profiles and crumb structures. The focus on heritage grains, ancient wheat varieties like spelt, emmer, and einkorn, has also gained traction, offering alternative flavors, textures, and nutritional benefits compared to modern hybrid wheats. Moreover, the global exchange of culinary knowledge, facilitated by travel and digital communication, has led to a greater appreciation and adoption of diverse bread traditions worldwide. Bakers in one country might now incorporate techniques and ingredients from another, leading to innovative fusions and a broader spectrum of bread available to consumers. For instance, the popularity of Japanese milk bread, known for its incredibly soft and fluffy texture, achieved through a Tanzhong water roux method, has spread far beyond its origins, inspiring bakers globally. The environmental impact of bread production, from wheat farming to energy consumption in bakeries, is also a growing area of concern and innovation. Sustainable agricultural practices, such as organic farming and regenerative agriculture, aim to reduce the environmental footprint of wheat cultivation, while energy-efficient ovens and production methods are being developed to minimize energy use in bakeries. The issue of food waste, including stale bread, has led to creative solutions like repurposing old bread into new products or using it in animal feed, continuing bread's ancient role in resourcefulness. Even in our modern, technologically advanced world, the fundamental principles of bread making, the transformation of simple grains into a nourishing and delicious food through the alchemy of fermentation and heat, remain deeply resonant. The act of breaking bread still symbolizes community, hospitality, and shared sustenance, echoing its ancient origins as a cornerstone of human civilization. From the humble flatbreads of antiquity to the sophisticated sourdoughs of today, bread has continuously adapted, evolved, and sustained humanity, a testament to its enduring power and universal appeal. The quiet hum of a modern bakery, with its precise machinery and controlled environments, is a far cry from the rustic, wood-fired ovens of medieval villages. Yet the essence of the craft persists. Each loaf, whether mass-produced or painstakingly handcrafted, carries a lineage stretching back thousands of years, a silent narrative of human ingenuity, agricultural development. The gentle aroma of baking bread, a scent that has comforted and nourished generations, continues to evoke a sense of warmth, security, and home, bridging the vast expanse of time. Consider the intricate dance of gluten development, where the proteins in wheat flour, gliadin and glutenin, intertwine and stretch when hydrated and kneaded, forming an elastic network that traps the carbon dioxide produced by yeast, giving bread its characteristic airy texture. This fundamental process, understood empirically for millennia, is now explained through molecular biology, yet the baker's hands still guide its formation. The precise hydration levels, the duration and intensity of kneading, and the subtle adjustments based on ambient temperature and humidity are all critical factors that a skilled baker intuitively manages, transforming a simple dough into a complex, living entity. The role of fermentation, beyond mere leavening, is also a profound contributor to bread's flavor profile. During the long, slow fermentation of sourdough, for example, a diverse community of lactic acid bacteria and wild yeasts metabolizes sugars in the flour, producing a symphony of organic acids, alcohols, and esters that impart complex aromas and a distinctive tangy taste.
This biological process not only enhances flavor, but also improves the digestibility of bread, breaking down complex carbohydrates and phytic acid, which can inhibit nutrient absorption. The subtle variations in flour type, water quality, and ambient temperature can significantly alter the microbial activity, leading to an endless array of unique bread characteristics. The oven itself, from its earliest forms as a simple pit in the ground to the sophisticated convection ovens of today, plays a crucial role in the final transformation of dough into bread. The initial burst of heat, known as oven spring,
causes a rapid expansion of gases within the dough, leading to a final rise before the crust sets. The intense heat then caramelizes the sugars on the surface, creating the golden brown crust, while the interior undergoes starch gelatinization and protein denaturation, solidifying the crumb structure. The controlled release of steam in many modern ovens helps to keep the crust pliable during the initial baking phase, allowing the maximum expansion and a lighter texture. Even the humble grain itself, the foundation of all bread, has a rich and complex history. Wheat, the dominant grain for bread globally, originated in the Fertile Crescent, with ancient varieties like emmer and einkorn domesticated over 10,000 years ago. Through selective breeding and agricultural innovation, these early wheats evolved into the diverse range of modern varieties, each with unique characteristics suited for different climates and baking applications. The journey of wheat, from its wild ancestors to the vast fields of today, mirrors the journey of bread itself, a continuous story of adaptation and cultivation. The cultural significance of bread extends far beyond its nutritional value, permeating language, art, and social customs. Phrases like breaking bread together or earning one's daily bread are deeply embedded in many languages, reflecting bread's role as a symbol of sustenance, community, and labor. In religious ceremonies, from the Eucharist in Christianity to the blessing of challah in Judaism, bread holds profound spiritual meaning, representing life, sacrifice, and divine provision. These enduring symbolic roles underscore bread's irreplaceable position in the human experience, a testament to its deep roots in our collective consciousness. As we continue to explore this vast and comforting history, the threads of innovation, tradition, and human connection weave together, forming a rich tapestry that tells the story of our relationship with food. The quiet evolution of bread, from a simple mixture of ground grains and water to the myriad forms it takes today, reflects humanity's persistent quest for nourishment, flavor, and meaning. Each loaf, a culmination of millennia of agricultural practice, scientific discovery, and artisanal skill, offers a silent narrative of our shared past and our ongoing journey. The subtle crackle of a cooling crust, the soft give of a freshly baked interior, and the comforting aroma that fills the air are not merely sensory experiences. They are echoes of an ancient craft, a continuous dialogue between humanity and the earth. This journey through bread's history is a reminder of its enduring power, its capacity to adapt, and its unwavering presence as a fundamental pillar of human civilization. We rest now in the quiet contemplation of this profound legacy, letting the warmth of these stories settle gently, like the last embers in a baker's oven, promising a peaceful continuation of our quiet journey. The gentle warmth of those historical echoes continues to envelop us, inviting further exploration into the intricate tapestry of bread's evolution, a narrative woven with threads of innovation, cultural significance, and agricultural ingenuity that stretches far beyond the initial hearths and ancient ovens. Our journey now leads us deeper into the subtle transformations and remarkable diversifications that bread underwent across various continents and eras, revealing how this staple food became an indispensable part of human sustenance and celebration. Consider, for instance,
the profound impact of the Roman Empire on bread production and distribution. An era when grain cultivation reached unprecedented scales and the art of baking was elevated to a sophisticated industry, moving far beyond simple domestic preparation. The Romans, with their meticulous organizational skills, established large-scale bakeries known as pistrina, which were often equipped with multiple ovens and specialized milling machinery, a testament to the increasing demand from readily available bread in their bustling urban centers. These public bakeries were not merely places of commerce, but also vital social hubs, providing daily sustenance to the populace, often subsidized by the state, to maintain social order and prevent unrest, a policy famously encapsulated by the phrase bread and circuses. The Roman legions, formidable forces that extended the empire's reach across vast territories, relied heavily on bread as their primary ration, consuming a hardtack-like biscuit known as panis militaris, which was durable and easily transportable, allowing soldiers to march for days without fresh supplies. This military bread was often made from coarse grains and baked to a crisp dryness, ensuring its longevity in diverse climates and during arduous campaigns, highlighting bread's role not just in daily life, but also in strategic military logistics. Beyond the military, Roman society developed a hierarchical system of bread consumption, with the wealthy enjoying fine white bread made from sifted flour, often flavored with honey or cheese, while the common people consumed darker, coarser loaves made from less refined grains, reflecting social status through dietary choices. The development of the Roman mill, particularly the rotary quern and later water-powered mills, revolutionized flour production, making it more efficient and less labor-intensive than the earlier saddle querns used by hand, thereby increasing the availability of flour for bread making. These technological advancements in milling were crucial for supporting the large populations of cities like Rome, which required vast quantities of grain to feed its citizens, much of it imported from fertile regions like Egypt and North Africa, transported across the Mediterranean in specialized grain ships. The Roman baker or pistor held a respected position within society, often forming guilds that regulated their trade, ensuring quality standards and passing down specialized baking knowledge through generations, contributing to the professionalization of bread making. Moving eastward, the rich culinary traditions of the Middle East and North Africa offered a diverse array of flatbreads, which remain central to their cuisines even today, showcasing a different evolutionary path for this ancient food. Unlike the leavened, often round loaves prevalent in Europe, these regions perfected the art of baking thin, pliable breads like pita, lavash, and naan, which served not only as food, but also as an edible utensil, perfect for scooping up stews, dips, and grilled meats. The tandoor oven, a cylindrical clay or metal oven heated from within, became a cornerstone of flatbread baking in many parts of Asia and the Middle East, imparting a distinctive smoky flavor and a unique texture to the bread as it adheres to the hot inner walls. The invention and widespread adoption of the tandoor oven allowed for efficient high-temperature baking, producing breads with a characteristic bubbly surface and a soft interior.
a stark contrast to the denser, crustier European loaves. In these cultures, bread often holds deep symbolic and religious significance, frequently mentioned in sacred texts and used in religious ceremonies, underscoring its role as more than mere sustenance, but as a spiritual and cultural anchor. The process of making flatbreads, often involving simple ingredients of flour, water, salt, and sometimes yeast, reflects a profound understanding of minimal resources yielding maximum flavor and utility, a testament to centuries of culinary wisdom. Across the vast plains of Central Asia, nomadic peoples developed their own distinct bread traditions, often adapting their baking methods to their mobile lifestyles, creating breads that could be easily prepared over open fires or in portable ovens. These breads, sometimes enriched with dairy products from their herds, provided essential nourishment and a sense of continuity amidst their constant movement, demonstrating bread's adaptability to diverse environmental and social conditions. The act of breaking bread together in these communities was, and still is, a powerful gesture of hospitality and fellowship, symbolizing unity and shared sustenance, reinforcing social bonds through a simple, ancient ritual. As we journey into medieval Europe, the monastery emerges as a significant center for agricultural innovation and culinary development, preserving and refining many ancient bread-making techniques during a period of societal upheaval and decline in urban centers. Monks, with their disciplined approach to labor and self-sufficiency, cultivated extensive grain fields, operated their own mills, and maintained sophisticated bakeries, often producing bread not only for their communities, but also for travelers and the poor. The monastic bakeries were often at the forefront of yeast cultivation and fermentation control, understanding the subtle science of leavening long before modern microbiology could explain it, contributing to the consistent quality of their bread. The variety of monastic breads was considerable, ranging from coarse, dark rye breads for daily consumption to finer white breads reserved for special feasts and religious ceremonies, reflecting both practical needs and spiritual observances. The concept of daily bread took on profound meaning within monastic life, symbolizing both physical sustenance and spiritual nourishment, a constant reminder of divine provision and human labor. The meticulous records kept by monastic scribes sometimes included details about bread recipes, grain yields, and baking schedules, providing invaluable insights into medieval agricultural practices and dietary habits. The medieval town bakery, often centrally located and equipped with large communal ovens, served as a vital institution for urban populations, where citizens could bring their prepared dough to be baked for a fee or purchase freshly baked loaves. These bakeries were often subject to strict regulations concerning weight, quality, and price, enforced by local guilds or city authorities to prevent fraud and ensure fair access to this essential foodstuff. The Bakers' Guild, a powerful entity in many medieval cities, protected its members' interests, maintained standards, and often played a significant role in civic life, reflecting the importance of their craft. The types of bread available in medieval towns varied greatly depending on social class and local agricultural conditions, with rye and barley being common grains for the working classes, while wheat bread,
Especially white wheat bread was a luxury reserved for the nobility and wealthy merchants. The practice of trenching, where stale bread was used as an edible plate or trencher upon which food was served, illustrates another practical application of bread in medieval dining, absorbing juices and flavors before being consumed by servants or given to the poor. This resourceful use of bread highlights a period when food waste was minimized and every part of a meal served a purpose. The advent of the Renaissance brought renewed interest in classical knowledge and a flourishing of arts and sciences, which subtly influenced bread making through improvements in agricultural techniques and a greater understanding of nutrition. As trade routes expanded and new ingredients became available, bakers began experimenting with different flours and additions, leading to a wider array of specialty breads. The development of more efficient ovens and milling technologies continued, albeit at a slower pace than in Roman times, gradually improving the consistency and quality of flour. During this period, bread continued to be the primary caloric source for most of the population, and its quality was often a direct indicator of economic prosperity and social status. Fine white bread, often made with highly sifted flour, became a symbol of refinement and wealth, contrasting sharply with the coarser, darker breads consumed by the majority. The emerging cookbook genre of the Renaissance occasionally included recipes for various breads, offering glimpses into the culinary preferences and techniques of the time, moving beyond simple instructions to more detailed descriptions. The Age of Exploration, beginning in the late 15th century, introduced bread to new continents and cultures, transforming local diets and agricultural practices in profound ways. European explorers and settlers brought wheat to the Americas, where it was gradually adopted alongside indigenous crops like maize, leading to a fascinating fusion of culinary traditions. The Spanish introduction of wheat to Mexico, for example, eventually led to the development of unique breads like bolillos and conchas, which are now deeply embedded in Mexican cuisine, showcasing cultural exchange through food. Conversely, new ingredients discovered in the Americas, such as maize, potatoes, and various spices, gradually made their way back to Europe, influencing bread making in different regions, though wheat remained the dominant grain for European bread. The challenges of preserving food during long sea voyages led to the continued reliance on hardtack or ship's biscuit, a dense, dry, and extremely durable bread that formed the backbone of sailors' diets for centuries. This ship's biscuit, often so hard it had to be soaked in water or coffee before consumption, was a crucial factor in enabling global exploration and trade, despite its often unappetizing nature. The 17th and 18th centuries witnessed the gradual mechanization of some aspects of flour production, with innovations in mill design increasing efficiency and output, though the baking process itself remained largely artisanal. The Enlightenment era brought a scientific curiosity to agriculture, leading to improved farming methods and new crop varieties, which in turn contributed to more consistent and abundant grain harvests. The increasing population density in European cities placed greater demands on food supply chains, making efficient bread production and distribution more critical than ever. The French Revolution,
famously sparked in part by popular discontent over the price and availability of bread, underscores its fundamental importance as a political and social barometer. The cry, "Let them eat cake," attributed to Marie Antoinette, whether apocryphal or not, perfectly encapsulates the profound disconnect between the ruling class and the common people's struggle for daily sustenance,
highlighting bread's role as a symbol of justice and equity.
The revolutionary government eventually implemented price controls and rationing to ensure that bread, the staple of the French diet, remained accessible to all citizens, recognizing its pivotal role in maintaining social stability. The 19th century marked a pivotal turning point with the Industrial Revolution, which brought about transformative changes in both milling and baking technology, moving bread production from small-scale artisanal craft to large-scale industrial enterprise. The invention of the roller mill in the mid-19th century revolutionized flour production, replacing traditional stone grinding with steel rollers that could separate the bran and germ from the endosperm more efficiently, producing finer, whiter flour in greater quantities. This new milling technology, while producing a more refined flour that was aesthetically appealing and had a longer shelf life, also inadvertently removed some of the nutritional components found in whole grains, a trade-off that would become a subject of later dietary discussions. The development of commercial yeast strains, isolated and cultivated for their consistent leavening power, replaced the more unpredictable wild yeasts and sourdough starters that had been used for millennia, allowing for more standardized and rapid bread production. The introduction of steam ovens and mechanical dough mixers further streamlined the baking process, enabling bakeries to produce vast quantities of bread with less manual labor, meeting the demands of rapidly growing urban populations.
These technological advancements led to the rise of large industrial bakeries, which could supply entire cities with mass-produced bread, making it more affordable and widely available than ever before. However, this industrialization also led to a degree of homogenization in bread, with many regional varieties and traditional baking methods being overshadowed by the efficiency of mass production. The emphasis shifted towards speed and consistency, sometimes at the expense of flavor and nutritional diversity, leading to a more uniform product across different regions. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw the further refinement of industrial baking processes, including the Chorleywood bread process, developed in the UK in 1961, which significantly reduced fermentation time and allowed for bread to be made from lower protein flours, further increasing efficiency, but also drawing criticism for its impact on bread quality and flavor. The 20th century witnessed a continued evolution in bread consumption and production, with the rise of sliced bread in the 1920s, famously marketed as the greatest thing since sliced bread, revolutionizing convenience and becoming a staple in American households. The post-World War II era saw a surge in packaged, factory-produced white bread, often enriched with vitamins and minerals to compensate for the nutrients lost during industrial milling, becoming a ubiquitous presence on supermarket shelves. This period also saw the development of specialized breads for various dietary needs and preferences, including gluten-free options
and low-carb alternatives, reflecting a growing awareness of health and nutrition.
Despite the dominance of industrial bread, there has been a significant resurgence of interest in artisanal and traditional bread making in recent decades, driven by a desire for higher quality, more flavorful, and nutritionally rich loaves. The real bread movement emphasizes the use of natural ingredients, long fermentation times, and traditional baking methods, celebrating the craft and artistry of the baker. Sourdough bread, with its complex flavors and health benefits derived from slow fermentation, has experienced a particular renaissance, connecting modern consumers with ancient baking traditions. The global exchange of culinary ideas in the modern era has also led to a fascinating cross-pollination of bread traditions, with bakeries offering everything from French baguettes and Italian focaccia to German pumpernickel and Japanese milk bread, reflecting a diverse palate. This global appreciation for different bread styles underscores its universal appeal and its capacity to transcend cultural boundaries, serving as a common thread in the human experience. The ongoing innovation in bread making continues to explore new ingredients, techniques, and flavors, ensuring that this ancient food remains dynamic and relevant in the 21st century. From the earliest grains gathered by our ancestors to the sophisticated loaves crafted by master bakers today, bread has always been more than just food. It is a symbol of sustenance, community, and cultural identity.
Its history is a testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and adaptability, a continuous narrative of how we have harnessed the Earth's bounty to nourish ourselves and build civilizations. The quiet contemplation of this profound legacy allows us to appreciate the intricate journey of a simple loaf, understanding that each slice carries with it the echoes of countless hands, ovens, and stories, settling gently like the last embers in a baker's oven, promising a peaceful continuation of our quiet journey. The quiet contemplation of this profound legacy allows us to appreciate the intricate journey of a simple loaf, understanding that each slice carries with it the echoes of countless hands, ovens, and stories, settling gently like the last embers in a baker's oven, promising a peaceful continuation of our quiet journey. As the last embers glow softly, we can turn our thoughts to the remarkable evolution of bread across diverse cultures and continents, tracing its path from ancient grains to the sophisticated varieties we know today, each step a fascinating chapter in human culinary history. The earliest forms of bread, often unleavened flatbreads, emerged independently in various parts of the world, reflecting the local availability of grains and the ingenuity of early agricultural communities. In Mesopotamia, for instance, the cradle of civilization, barley and wheat were staples, and evidence suggests that flatbreads were a fundamental part of the diet as far back as 6000 BCE, cooked on hot stones or in simple clay ovens, providing essential sustenance to the burgeoning urban populations. These early Mesopotamian bakers, often women, would grind the grains using querns, two stones rubbed together, producing a coarse flour that was then mixed with water to form a dough, a process that remained largely unchanged for millennia. The Sumerians,
known for their advanced agricultural practices, developed sophisticated irrigation systems that allowed for abundant grain harvests, making bread a cornerstone of their civilization, and even incorporating it into religious rituals and offerings to their deities. Moving westward, the ancient Egyptians elevated bread making to an art form, becoming pioneers in the development of leavened bread, a transformative innovation that forever changed the texture and appeal of this staple food. The discovery of leavening, likely accidental, occurred when a mixture of flour and water was left exposed to airborne wild yeasts, causing the dough to ferment and rise, creating a lighter, more palatable product. This serendipitous event, perhaps observed in a forgotten bowl of dough, marked a pivotal moment, leading to the deliberate cultivation of yeast and the refinement of baking techniques. Egyptian tomb paintings vividly depict the entire bread-making process, from grinding grain and kneading dough to shaping loaves and baking them in conical clay ovens, showcasing the importance of bread in their daily lives and afterlife beliefs. They cultivated several varieties of wheat, including emmer and einkorn, and developed a wide array of bread types, from simple daily loaves to elaborate ceremonial breads, some enriched with honey, fruits, or spices, reflecting their sophisticated culinary traditions. The Egyptians were also among the first to establish professional bakeries, often attached to large estates or temples, where skilled bakers worked diligently to supply bread to the populace and to the gods, making bread a form of currency and a symbol of prosperity. Across the Mediterranean, the ancient Greeks, inheriting much of their culinary knowledge from the Egyptians, further diversified bread production, creating an astonishing variety of loaves that were often flavored with herbs, cheese, or olive oil. Greek bakers, highly respected members of society, operated specialized shops known as artopolia, offering an extensive menu of breads, from plain barley loaves for the common folk to elaborate wheat breads for the wealthy, sometimes even shaping them into intricate forms for special occasions. The Greeks also introduced the concept of the public oven, a communal facility where citizens could bring their prepared dough to be baked, fostering a sense of community and ensuring that even those without private baking facilities could enjoy fresh bread. Their philosophical texts and comedies often reference bread, highlighting its central role in their diet and culture, with specific breads being associated with different regions, festivals, or social classes, demonstrating a nuanced appreciation for this fundamental food. The Roman Empire, in turn, adopted and expanded upon Greek and Egyptian baking traditions, transforming bread production into an industrial-scale operation to feed its vast population and its legions. Roman bakeries, known as pistrina, were highly organized establishments, often equipped with multiple ovens and specialized tools, employing numerous bakers and millers to meet the insatiable demand for bread. The Romans were particularly adept at milling, developing water-powered mills that significantly increased the efficiency of flour production, allowing for a more consistent and finer flour quality. They also introduced the concept of the Professional Bakers Guild, the Collegium Pistorum, which regulated the trade, ensured quality standards, and provided social support for its members, underscoring the vital importance of bakers to the stability of the empire. Bread, especially the panis quadratus, a square loaf often scored into 8 portions, was a staple for Roman citizens, and the famous bread and circuses policy illustrates how essential bread distribution was for maintaining social order and public contentment. Furthermore, Roman soldiers on campaign carried hardtack, a durable unleavened biscuit, demonstrating bread's adaptability as a portable and long-lasting food source for military sustenance, a practice that would continue for centuries in various forms. As the Roman Empire declined, bread-making traditions evolved and diversified across Europe, adapting to local agricultural conditions and cultural preferences. During the early Middle Ages, bread remained the primary staple, with coarse, dark loaves made from rye, barley, or oats being common among the peasantry, providing essential calories and fiber. These humble loaves, often dense and heavy, were typically baked in communal ovens or in large estate kitchens, reflecting the decentralized nature of society and the limited access to individual baking facilities. For the nobility and clergy, finer wheat breads were a luxury, often made with sifted flour, sometimes enriched with eggs or butter, and served as a symbol of status and wealth, distinguishing them from the common diet. Monasteries played a crucial role in preserving and advancing baking techniques during this period, with monastic bakers often producing high-quality bread not only for their communities, but also for distribution to the poor and for sale, contributing to the local economy. The monastic tradition of brewing beer also intertwined with bread making, as yeast from brewing could be used to leaven bread, creating a symbiotic relationship between these two ancient crafts. The medieval period also saw the emergence of specialized bread types, such as trenchers, thick slices of stale bread used as edible plates for serving meat and other foods, which would then be eaten or given to the poor, embodying a practical and resourceful approach to food consumption. These trenchers, often made from coarser grains, absorbed the juices and flavors of the food placed upon them, becoming a flavorful part of the meal themselves. The rise of towns and cities in the High Middle Ages led to the establishment of more commercial bakeries, often regulated by strict guild rules that controlled prices, ingredients, and baking standards to ensure fair trade and public health. Bakers' guilds, such as the Worshipful Company of Bakers in London, held significant power and influence, overseeing the training of apprentices, punishing fraudulent practices, and maintaining the reputation of the baking profession. Bread was so fundamental that its price and availability were often tied to social stability, with bread riots being a common occurrence during times of scarcity or unfair pricing, demonstrating its profound impact on daily life. Beyond Europe, other cultures developed their own unique bread traditions, each reflecting distinct agricultural practices, culinary preferences, and historical contexts. In Asia, particularly in India and the Middle East, flatbreads like naan, roti, and pita have been central to the diet for millennia, often cooked in tandoor ovens or on griddles, providing a versatile accompaniment to a wide array of dishes. Naan, a leavened flatbread, is traditionally cooked by slapping it onto the inside wall of a hot clay tandoor, where it quickly puffs up and develops a characteristic smoky flavor and chewy texture, making it a beloved staple across South Asia and beyond. Roti, an unleavened whole wheat flatbread,
is a daily essential in many Indian households, often cooked on a tawa, flat griddle, and served with curries, vegetables, and lentils, embodying simplicity and nourishment. The Middle Eastern pita bread, with its distinctive pocket, is another ancient innovation, allowing it to be filled with various ingredients, making it a convenient and adaptable food for meals on the go, a tradition that has endured for centuries.
In China, while rice is the primary staple, various forms of wheat-based breads and steamed buns, known as mantou or baozi, have a long and rich history, particularly in the northern regions where wheat cultivation is more prevalent. Mantou, plain steamed buns, are a fundamental food, often served with meals or as a snack, offering a soft, slightly sweet texture that contrasts with the savory dishes they accompany. Baozi, filled steamed buns, showcase the versatility of dough, encasing a myriad of sweet or savory fillings, from pork and vegetables to sweet bean paste, demonstrating a sophisticated approach to dough preparation and flavor combinations. These steamed breads, unlike their baked counterparts, rely on the gentle heat of steam to cook, resulting in an incredibly tender and moist texture, a distinct culinary tradition that highlights the diverse ways in which grain can be transformed into nourishing food. The Silk Road, that ancient network of trade routes, played a significant role in the exchange of grains, baking techniques, and bread varieties between East and West, influencing culinary practices across vast distances. The age of exploration brought new grains and baking methods to different parts of the world, further diversifying the global bread landscape. Maize or corn, indigenous to the Americas, became a crucial staple, leading to the development of corn tortillas and cornbread, distinct from the wheat-based traditions of the Old World. Tortillas, unleavened flatbreads made from nixtamalized corn dough, has been a cornerstone of Mesoamerican diets for thousands of years, providing a flexible and nutritious base for countless dishes, from tacos to enchiladas. The nixtamalization process, soaking and cooking corn in an alkaline solution, significantly enhances its nutritional value and makes it easier to grind into a fine dough, a testament to the sophisticated food science of ancient American civilizations. Cornbread, particularly popular in the southern United States, emerged from the fusion of indigenous corn cultivation with European baking techniques, creating a rich, crumbly bread that can be sweet or savory, often baked in cast-iron skillets, reflecting regional culinary adaptations. The Industrial Revolution in the 18th and 19th centuries brought about profound changes in bread production, transforming it from a largely artisanal craft into a mechanized industry. The invention of roller mills replaced traditional stone grinding, allowing for the mass production of fine white flour, which became increasingly popular due to its perceived purity and refined texture. This shift towards white flour, however, often meant the removal of the bran and germ, reducing the nutritional content of bread, a trade-off for aesthetic appeal and longer shelf life. The development of commercial yeast strains, replacing wild yeasts and sourdough starters, provided bakers with a more consistent and predictable leavening agent, further standardizing the baking process. Large-scale bakeries, equipped with industrial mixers and ovens, began to dominate the market. producing bread in unprecedented quantities to feed rapidly growing urban populations, making bread more accessible and affordable than ever before.
The 20th century witnessed further innovations,
including the Chorleywood bread process developed in the UK in 1961, which revolutionized industrial bread making by allowing for the rapid production of soft, airy loaves using lower protein wheat and a shorter fermentation time. This process, while efficient and cost-effective, often resulted in bread with a less complex flavor and texture compared to traditionally made loaves, sparking debates about the quality and nutritional value of mass-produced bread. Despite these industrial advancements, artisanal baking experienced a resurgence in the late 20th and early 21st centuries, driven by a renewed appreciation for traditional methods, heritage grains, and the complex flavors of naturally leavened sourdough breads. Consumers began to seek out breads made with care, using long fermentation processes and high-quality ingredients, valuing the craft and artistry of the baker. This modern revival of artisanal bread making emphasizes the importance of understanding the fundamental principles of fermentation, the interaction of flour, water, salt, and yeast, or wild cultures, and the subtle nuances that contribute to a truly exceptional loaf. Sourdough, in particular, has seen a renaissance, with home bakers and professional boulangers alike cultivating their own starters, nurturing these living cultures that impart a distinctive tangy flavor and a wonderfully chewy texture to the bread. The process of making sourdough is a slow and deliberate one, often taking many hours, sometimes even days, from mixing the initial dough to the final bake, allowing for complex flavor development and improved digestibility. This renewed interest in traditional methods also extends to the exploration of ancient and heritage grain varieties, such as spelt, emmer, and einkorn, which offer unique nutritional profiles and distinct flavors, connecting modern bakers to the very origins of bread. The global tapestry of bread continues to expand, with each culture contributing its unique flavors, textures, and traditions. From the dense, dark rye breads of Scandinavia, often sweetened with molasses and spices, to the light, airy baguettes of France, with their crisp crust and open crumb, bread remains a universal symbol of sustenance and community. The French baguette, a cultural icon, is characterized by its long, thin shape, its golden, crackly crust, and its soft, airy interior, a result of precise shaping techniques and high-temperature baking in specialized ovens. Its distinctive qualities are so cherished that UNESCO has recognized it as intangible cultural heritage, celebrating the skill and tradition involved in its creation. In Germany, the variety of breads is astounding, with hundreds of different types, many of them dense, hearty rye or mixed grain loaves, often incorporating seeds and nuts, reflecting a long history of practical, nutritious baking. These German breads, often baked for extended periods at lower temperatures, develop deep, complex flavors and boast impressive keeping qualities, making them ideal for daily consumption. Across the Atlantic, the American bread landscape is a melting pot of influences. From the soft, enriched sandwich breads that became ubiquitous in the 20th century, to the diverse ethnic breads brought by immigrant communities. The classic American sandwich loaf, often made with white flour and commercial yeast, became a staple, due to its convenience, softness, and mild flavor, perfectly suited for the burgeoning fast-paced lifestyle. However, the United States also boasts a rich tradition of regional breads, such as the San Francisco sourdough, a distinctively tangy loaf developed from starters cultivated during the California Gold Rush, its unique flavor attributed to the local strains of wild yeast and bacteria. New York City's bagel, with its chewy interior and crisp, shiny crust, is another iconic American bread, brought by Eastern European Jewish immigrants and perfected in the city's vibrant culinary scene, traditionally boiled before baking to achieve its characteristic texture. Even today, bread continues to adapt and evolve, with bakers experimenting with gluten-free alternatives, sprouted grains, and innovative fermentation techniques to meet changing dietary needs and preferences. The rise of gluten sensitivities and celiac disease has spurred the development of a wide range of gluten-free breads, utilizing flours from rice, corn, tapioca, and various legumes, challenging bakers to create products that mimic the texture and flavor of traditional wheat-based loaves. Sprouted grain breads, made from grains that have just begun to germinate, offer enhanced nutritional benefits and a unique flavor profile, appealing to health-conscious consumers. The ongoing exploration of ancient grains and diverse leavening methods ensures that the story of bread is far from over, a continuous narrative of culinary innovation and cultural expression. The act of breaking bread together, a ritual as old as civilization itself, continues to symbolize fellowship, hospitality, and shared sustenance across cultures and religions. From the simple act of sharing a loaf at a family meal to elaborate ceremonial breads used in religious rites, bread transcends its role as mere food, embodying deep cultural and social significance. The aroma of freshly baked bread, a comforting and universal scent, evokes feelings of home, warmth, and nourishment, connecting us to generations of bakers and eaters who have found solace and satisfaction in this humble yet profound food. Each loaf, whether a rustic sourdough or a soft sandwich slice, carries within it the legacy of human ingenuity, the tireless efforts of farmers, millers, and bakers, and the quiet joy of a shared meal. The journey of bread, from the earliest wild grains gathered by hunter-gatherers to the sophisticated artisanal creations of today, is a testament to human resilience and creativity, a continuous thread woven through the fabric of our history. It is a story of adaptation, innovation, and the enduring human need for sustenance and connection, a narrative that unfolds gently like the slow, steady rise of a perfect dough. The quiet hum of ancient mills, the crackle of wood in a medieval oven, the rhythmic kneading of hands, and the comforting warmth of a freshly baked loaf all contribute to this timeless tale, inviting us to rest in the knowledge that this fundamental food continues to nourish and unite us, a soft, warm presence in the quiet contemplation of our journey. This enduring legacy of bread, a constant companion throughout human history, continues to offer a sense of grounding and continuity, a gentle reminder of the simple yet profound ways we sustain ourselves and build communities, settling into a peaceful rhythm that mirrors the slow, deliberate process of fermentation and the comforting warmth
of a hearth. As the soft glow of ancient hearths fades into the quiet chambers of history, we turn our attention to the fascinating evolution of bread beyond its earliest forms, exploring the intricate development of milling techniques and the profound impact these innovations had on the texture, taste, and societal role of this staple food. Moving from the rudimentary grinding stones of prehistory to the sophisticated water mills and windmills that powered medieval bakeries. The earliest methods of processing grain involved simple querns, two stones rubbed together by hand, a laborious and time-consuming task that yielded coarse, uneven flour, often containing significant amounts of bran and germ, which contributed to a darker, denser loaf with a shorter shelf life due to the oils in the germ turning rancid more quickly. This manual grinding process, while fundamental to making bread possible, limited the scale of production and the fineness of the flour, meaning that early breads were typically very rustic, hearty, and often quite heavy, a testament to the sheer physical effort involved in their creation. The advent of the saddle quern, a slightly more advanced form where a smaller stone was rubbed back and forth over a larger concave stone, represented a modest improvement in efficiency and ergonomics, allowing for a somewhat more consistent grind, though still requiring considerable human energy and producing flour that was far from refined. It was the rotary quern, however, appearing around the 5th century BCE in the Mediterranean region, that truly marked a significant leap forward in milling technology, featuring two circular stones, one stationary and one rotating, which could be turned by hand or eventually by animal power, dramatically increasing the speed and efficiency of flour production. This innovation allowed for the creation of larger quantities of flour with a finer, more uniform texture, paving the way for breads that were lighter and more palatable, gradually shifting the culinary landscape and making bread a more central part of the daily diet for a broader segment of the population. The introduction of animal-powered mills, where donkeys or oxen were harnessed to turn the upper millstone, further revolutionized the milling process, transforming it from a purely human endeavor into a more industrialized operation, capable of producing flour on a much larger scale than ever before, thus supporting the growing populations of ancient cities like Rome. These animal mills, often found in large bakeries or public facilities, represented an early form of mechanization, freeing human labor from the arduous task of grinding and allowing for the specialization of baking as a distinct trade, contributing to the development of professional bakers and the establishment of dedicated bakeries. The Roman Empire, in particular, saw a significant expansion of milling technology, with large public mills and bakeries becoming common features of urban life, ensuring a steady supply of bread for its citizens and soldiers, a testament to bread's strategic importance. The true game changer in milling technology arrived with the harnessing of natural forces, water and wind, which provided a continuous and powerful source of energy, far surpassing the capabilities of human or animal labor. Water mills, with their ingenious systems of gears and millstones driven by the flow of rivers and streams, began to proliferate across Europe from the Roman period onwards, reaching their zenith during the medieval era, becoming vital centers of economic activity and often forming the nucleus of rural communities. These sophisticated machines could grind vast quantities of grain much more efficiently and finely than any previous method, leading to an abundance of flour and consequently a greater variety of breads, from coarse wholemeal loaves for the common folk to lighter, whiter breads favored by the wealthy. The design of water mills varied, with undershot wheels driven by the current of a river, overshot wheels powered by water falling from above, and breastshot wheels where water hit the wheel at its midsection, each adapted to different hydrological conditions, showcasing remarkable engineering ingenuity that transformed agricultural output into processed food. These mills often became communal assets, with local lords or monastic orders owning them and charging a fee known as multure for their use, thereby establishing a system that regulated access to this essential service and often generated significant revenue for their owners. The miller, therefore, held a position of considerable importance and sometimes suspicion within the community, as the quality of the flour and the fairness of the multure directly impacted the daily sustenance of the populace. Windmills, while appearing later in Europe around the 12th century, offered a similar leap in power and efficiency, particularly in flat, windy regions where water sources were scarce, such as the Netherlands and parts of England, becoming iconic structures that dotted the landscape and symbolized technological progress. These towering structures, with their rotating sails catching the wind, provided an alternative source of power for grinding grain, allowing communities in areas without strong rivers to also benefit from mechanized milling, further democratizing access to efficiently produced flour. The development of different types of windmills, such as the post mill, where the entire body of the mill turned to face the wind, and the tower mill, where only the cap rotated, demonstrated continuous innovation in harnessing natural energy for industrial purposes. The shift from hand grinding to mechanized milling had profound social and economic implications, transforming the labor landscape, creating new professions, and fundamentally altering the relationship between grain production and bread consumption. It freed countless hours of human labor previously dedicated to grinding, allowing people to engage in other activities, contributing to the specialization of trades and the growth of urban centers, where professional bakers could thrive with a reliable supply of flour. This increased efficiency also meant that bread became more readily available and, in some cases, more affordable, contributing to its status as a foundational foodstuff across all social strata, though the quality and type of bread still very much reflected one's economic standing. The quality of flour itself underwent significant transformation with these milling advancements. Early hand-ground flour was typically wholemeal, containing all parts of the grain, including the bran and germ, which made the bread nutritious but dense and prone to spoilage. Particularly with the introduction of sieving or bolting, it became possible to separate the finer endosperm from the coarser bran and germ, leading to the production of whiter flours. This process of refining flour, initially done by hand with fine cloths and later mechanized within the mills themselves, was a labor-intensive step, but highly valued, as white bread became a status symbol, associated with purity, wealth, and superior taste, distinguishing it from the darker, coarser breads consumed by the working classes.
The desire for whiter bread drove much of the innovation in milling and sieving, as the elite of society sought out loaves made from the most refined flour, which was often more expensive due to the additional processing required and the loss of volume during the separation of bran. This preference for white bread persisted for centuries, influencing agricultural practices and milling technology. Even though wholemeal bread contained more dietary fiber and nutrients, a fact that was not fully appreciated until much later scientific understanding of nutrition. The social stratification of bread was very clear. The whitest bread, often made from finely bolted wheat flour, was for the nobility and clergy, while rye, barley, or mixed grain flours, often less refined, formed the basis of the diet for peasants and laborers. The medieval bakery, often located in urban centers, became a bustling hub of activity, a place where the miller's output was transformed into the daily sustenance of the community, operating with a rhythm dictated by the demands of its clientele and the availability of flour. These bakeries, sometimes communal and sometimes private enterprises, were equipped with large brick-built ovens, often wood-fired, capable of baking numerous loaves simultaneously, a significant advancement over individual household baking. The baker, a skilled artisan, would meticulously mix, knead, and shape the dough, often using sourdough starters passed down through generations, which provided the leavening that contributed to the bread's distinctive flavor and texture. The process of baking in a medieval bakery was a carefully choreographed dance of preparation and timing. The oven would be heated for hours, often overnight, by burning wood inside the baking chamber until the bricks reached a scorching temperature. Then the embers and ash would be raked out and the loaves carefully placed inside using long-handled peels. The residual heat stored in the oven walls would then bake the bread slowly and evenly, creating a thick, flavorful crust and a soft, airy interior, a testament to the thermal properties of traditional masonry ovens. This method of baking, requiring considerable skill and judgment to manage the oven's temperature, produced bread with a unique character that is often sought after even today. Bakeries were not just places of production, they were also social centers, often serving as community ovens where people could bring their own prepared dough to be baked for a small fee, especially in areas where individual households lacked their own ovens or the fuel to heat them. This communal aspect of baking fostered a sense of community and shared sustenance, highlighting bread's role not just as food, but as a cornerstone of social interaction and daily life. The smell of freshly baked bread emanating from these establishments would have been a constant, comforting presence in medieval towns, a sensory marker of civilization and nourishment. The types of bread produced in medieval bakeries were diverse, reflecting regional agricultural practices, social hierarchies, and culinary preferences, ranging from the coarse, dark rye breads common in Northern Europe to the lighter, wheat-based loaves found in more temperate regions. Rye bread, for instance, particularly in areas where wheat cultivation was difficult, was a staple, known for its dense texture, dark color, and distinctive tangy flavor, often serving as a trencherman, a thick slice used as an edible plate, for meals. These rye breads, often made from wholemeal rye flour, were incredibly nutritious and had excellent keeping qualities, providing essential sustenance for long periods. Wheat bread, especially the whiter varieties, was a luxury item consumed by the nobility, wealthy merchants, and the clergy, often made from finely sifted flour and sometimes enriched with milk, eggs, or butter, creating a softer, more delicate crumb. The manchet was a particularly fine white bread, often served at aristocratic tables, representing the pinnacle of the baker's art and the consumer's status. The distinction between white and dark bread was not merely aesthetic, but deeply embedded in the social structure, with sumptuary laws sometimes even dictating who could consume certain types of bread, further emphasizing its symbolic importance. Beyond the staple loaves, medieval bakeries also produced a variety of specialized breads and baked goods, such as spiced breads, honey cakes, and various forms of unleavened bread for religious observances, showcasing the versatility of flour and the baker's craft. The use of spices like cinnamon, cloves, and ginger in bread was a luxury, often reserved for festive occasions or for the wealthy, adding another layer of flavor and prestige to these baked goods. These specialty items demonstrate that bread was not solely a utilitarian food, but also a medium for culinary expression and celebration. The development of bread-making techniques also included advancements in leavening, moving beyond accidental fermentation to more controlled methods, while sourdough, relying on wild yeasts and lactic acid bacteria, was the primary leavening agent for millennia. The understanding and manipulation of these microbial processes became more refined over time. Bakers would maintain a starter culture, a portion of fermented dough saved from a previous batch, which would be fed with fresh flour and water to keep it active, ensuring a consistent supply of leavening power. This continuous cultivation of sourdough starters represents an early form of biotechnology, demonstrating an intuitive understanding of microbial action long before the existence of microbiology as a science. The introduction of brewer's yeast, a byproduct of beer making, as a leavening agent gained traction in later centuries, offering a more consistent and faster rise than traditional sourdough, particularly as brewing became more industrialized. This balm or yeast from breweries provided a powerful and reliable leavening, allowing for the production of lighter, softer breads with a more neutral flavor profile, appealing to a broader palate. The availability of commercial yeast in the 19th century further revolutionized bread making, making it accessible to home bakers and industrial bakeries alike, leading to the standardization of bread production on an unprecedented scale. The journey of bread continued into the age of exploration, where it played a crucial role in sustaining sailors on long voyages, though often in the form of hardtack or ship's biscuit, a very dry, dense, and durable unleavened bread designed for extreme longevity rather than palatability. These biscuits, made from flour and water and baked multiple times to remove all moisture, could last for months or even years without spoiling, providing essential calories for maritime expeditions, despite their notoriously hard texture, which often required soaking before consumption. The development of such specialized breads highlights the adaptability of this food to diverse and challenging environments, demonstrating its fundamental importance in human endeavors. The Industrial Revolution brought about further monumental changes to bread production, with the mechanization of kneading, mixing, and baking processes, moving from artisanal bakeries to large-scale factories. Steam-powered machinery and later electric motors replaced human labor, allowing for the mass production of bread at unprecedented speeds and volumes, making it more affordable and widely available than ever before. This industrialization led to the rise of the factory loaf, often characterized by its soft texture, uniform appearance, and longer shelf life, achieved through new ingredients and processing methods. The introduction of roller mills in the 19th century represented another significant technological leap, replacing traditional millstones with steel rollers that could grind grain much more efficiently and produce very fine, white flour with greater precision and consistency. These roller mills also made it easier to separate the bran and germ from the endosperm, leading to an even whiter and more refined flour, which became the standard for industrial bread production. While these advancements made bread more accessible, they also led to a debate about the nutritional value of highly refined flour, as much of the grain's beneficial nutrients were removed during the milling process. This concern over nutrient loss eventually led to the practice of enrichment, where vitamins and minerals, such as B vitamins and iron, were added back into white flour to restore some of its nutritional content, a practice that became widespread in many countries during the 20th century. The history of bread, therefore, is not just a story of culinary evolution, but also a reflection of changing societal values, technological progress, and scientific understanding of nutrition, continuously adapting to human needs and preferences. The development of specialized ovens also continued, with the invention of continuous baking ovens and automated production lines, transforming the bakery from a craft workshop into a modern industrial facility. These ovens, often tunnel-shaped and heated by gas or electricity, allowed for a continuous flow of dough through different temperature zones, ensuring consistent baking results and enabling the production of thousands of loaves per hour. This industrial scale of production fundamentally altered the landscape of bread consumption, making it a ubiquitous and affordable commodity in many parts of the world. Despite the rise of industrial bread, artisanal baking traditions have persevered and even experienced a resurgence, with many modern bakers rediscovering and celebrating the ancient methods of sourdough fermentation, stone-ground flours, and wood-fired ovens. This renewed interest in traditional bread making reflects a desire for more flavorful, nutritious, and personally crafted loaves. And so, the story continues, quietly evolving as we find ourselves returning to our roots, even as we move forward into new horizons. And authentic products, a counter-movement to the mass-produced loaves that often prioritize shelf life and uniformity over taste and character. The craft of baking, with its emphasis on natural ingredients, long fermentation times, and skilled handwork, continues to thrive, connecting us to the rich heritage of this ancient food. The global diversity of bread is a testament to its adaptability and cultural significance, with countless variations existing across different continents, each reflecting local ingredients, culinary traditions, and historical influences. From the flatbreads of the Middle East, such as pita and lavash, which have been staples for millennia, to the intricate braided challah of Jewish tradition, or the sweet, enriched brioche of France, bread takes on myriad forms,
textures, and flavors. Each type of bread tells a story of its origin, its people, and the ingredients available in its specific region, creating a rich tapestry of human culinary expression. Consider the dense, dark pumpernickel of Germany, traditionally baked for many hours at low temperatures, sometimes even overnight, to develop its characteristic deep color, moist crumb, and slightly sweet, earthy flavor, often made from coarsely ground rye flour and whole rye berries. Or the delicate, airy baguette of France, with its crispy crust and open crumb, a symbol of French culinary identity, requiring precise hydration, careful shaping, and specific oven conditions to achieve its iconic form. These distinct breads are not merely food items, but cultural artifacts, deeply embedded in the daily rituals and celebrations of their respective societies. The role of bread in religious ceremonies across various faiths further underscores its profound significance, transcending mere sustenance to become a symbol of life, community, and spiritual nourishment. In Christianity, bread is central to the Eucharist, symbolizing the body of Christ, while in Judaism, matzah, an unleavened bread, commemorates the hurried departure from Egypt, highlighting bread's capacity to carry deep symbolic meaning and connect generations through ritual.
These sacred uses elevate bread from a simple food to a powerful emblem, reinforcing its enduring presence in human spiritual life. Even the humble bagel, with its distinctive chewy texture and shiny crust, has a fascinating history, originating in Jewish communities in Poland and evolving into a global phenomenon, often boiled before baking to achieve its unique characteristics. The pretzel, another iconic baked good, with its distinctive twisted shape, is believed to have monastic origins, its form possibly representing praying hands, showcasing how bread-like creations can carry historical and symbolic narratives within their very structure. These examples illustrate the endless creativity and cultural depth embedded within the world of bread. The continuing evolution of bread science, from understanding the complex interactions of yeast and bacteria in fermentation, to optimizing gluten development and starch gelatinization, ensures that bakers, both artisanal and industrial, continually refine their craft. Modern scientific research into grain varieties, milling processes, and baking techniques contributes to ongoing innovations, allowing for the creation of new types of bread that meet contemporary demands for nutrition, flavor, and convenience, while still drawing inspiration from centuries of accumulated knowledge. This blend of ancient wisdom and modern science propels the story of bread ever forward, a continuous journey of discovery and refinement. From the earliest flatbreads baked on hot stones to the complex multi-grain loaves of today, bread has been a constant companion, adapting to changing environments, technologies, and tastes, a testament to human ingenuity and our fundamental need for nourishment. It remains a universal food capable of bringing comfort, sustaining life, and uniting people across cultures and generations, a soft, warm presence in the quiet contemplation of our journey. This enduring legacy of bread, a constant companion throughout human history, continues to offer a sense of grounding and continuity, a gentle reminder of the simple yet profound ways we sustain ourselves and build communities, settling into a peaceful rhythm
that mirrors the slow, deliberate process of fermentation and the comforting warmth of a hearth. The enduring legacy of bread, a constant companion throughout human history, continues to offer a sense of grounding and continuity, a gentle reminder of the simple yet profound ways we sustain ourselves and build communities, settling into a peaceful rhythm that mirrors the slow, deliberate process of fermentation and the comforting warmth of a hearth. As the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows across ancient landscapes, the story of bread continued to unfold, moving from the earliest forms of unleavened flatbreads to the sophisticated leavened varieties that would become staples across continents, each culture adding its unique touch to this universal food. The evolution of bread was inextricably linked to agricultural advancements, particularly the domestication of grains like wheat, barley, and rye, which provided the essential raw materials for milling into flour, a process that itself underwent significant technological improvements over millennia. Early grain processing involved simple querns or saddle stones, where grains were crushed by hand between two stones, yielding a coarse flour that retained much of the bran and germ, contributing to a denser, more nutrient-rich, albeit sometimes gritty final product. These rudimentary milling techniques, while labor-intensive, were foundational to the development of bread, transforming hard kernels into a workable dough that could be shaped and cooked, marking a significant leap in human culinary capabilities. The discovery of leavening, likely an accidental observation of wild yeasts fermenting a forgotten dough, revolutionized bread making, introducing the airy, soft textures that distinguish modern bread from its flatbread ancestors, and profoundly changing the sensory experience of eating. Ancient Egyptians are often credited with perfecting leavened bread, utilizing the abundant wild yeasts present in their environment, and perhaps even cultivating specific sourdough starters, which they meticulously maintained and passed down through generations, recognizing the invaluable role these microscopic organisms played in creating a lighter, more palatable loaf. Their bakeries, often integrated into large estates or temples, were sophisticated operations, employing specialized bakers who understood the nuances of dough fermentation, oven temperatures, and the art of shaping various types of loaves, some of which were offered as tributes to deities or consumed during religious ceremonies. The Egyptians developed a wide array of bread shapes and sizes, from simple round loaves to intricate braided designs, each potentially carrying symbolic meaning or serving a specific purpose within their compact social and religious structures, showcasing an early appreciation for both the functional and aesthetic qualities of bread. Beyond Egypt, the art of bread making spread across the Mediterranean, influencing the culinary traditions of the Greeks and Romans, who adopted and further refined the techniques, integrating bread into their daily diets and social customs with distinct regional variations. The Greeks, renowned for their philosophical and scientific inquiries, also applied their intellect to bread, developing numerous types of loaves, often enriched with ingredients like olive oil, honey, and cheese, transforming a basic staple into a more elaborate culinary item suitable for banquets and celebrations. They also contributed to the development of more efficient milling technologies, such as the rotary quern, which allowed for a continuous grinding action, significantly increasing the output of flour and making bread more accessible to a wider population. Roman society, with its vast empire and sophisticated infrastructure, elevated bread production to an industrial scale, establishing large public bakeries known as pistrina, where professional bakers, often freedmen or slaves, produced enormous quantities of bread to feed the burgeoning urban populations. The Romans even had a specific guild for bakers, the pistaras, highlighting the esteemed status and vital role these artisans played in maintaining social order and public welfare, with bread often subsidized or distributed freely to citizens as part of the annona, the state-controlled grain supply system. The Roman bakeries were remarkably advanced for their time, featuring large domed ovens constructed from brick or stone, capable of baking multiple loaves simultaneously at high temperatures, ensuring a consistent and efficient production process. These ovens, fueled by wood, required skilled management to maintain the optimal heat, a crucial factor in achieving the desired crust and crumb structure of the bread, demonstrating a deep understanding of thermal dynamics in baking. The variety of Roman breads was extensive, ranging from coarse, dark loaves made for soldiers and laborers, often called panis militaris or panis sordidus, to fine, white breads, panis candidus, reserved for the elite, indicating a clear social stratification reflected in their dietary choices. They also produced specialty breads, such as panis artolaganus, a cake-like bread enriched with milk, oil, and wine, or panis nauticus, a hardtack-like biscuit designed for long sea voyages, showcasing the adaptability of bread to diverse needs and circumstances. The legacy of Roman bread making, with its emphasis on systematic production and varied recipes, laid a foundational blueprint for future European baking traditions, influencing everything from oven design to the professional organization of bakers. As the Roman Empire declined, the centralized production of bread diminished in many regions, leading to a more localized and often household-based approach to baking, particularly in rural areas where families would mill their own grain and bake their own bread in communal ovens or small domestic hearths. The early medieval period saw a continuation of these localized practices, with bread remaining the absolute cornerstone of the diet for the vast majority of the population, providing the primary source of calories and nutrients in an era of limited food diversity. Monasteries played a crucial role in preserving and advancing bread-making techniques during this time, often operating their own mills and bakeries, producing bread not only for their monastic communities, but also for pilgrims, the poor, and sometimes for sale, contributing significantly to local economies. Monastic bakers were often highly skilled, meticulously cultivating sourdough starters and experimenting with different flours and leavening agents, ensuring a consistent supply of quality bread, which was considered a sacred food, particularly for the Eucharist. The rise of medieval towns and cities brought about a resurgence of professional bakeries, as urban populations grew too large and specialized to rely solely on household baking, leading to the establishment of regulated guilds and ordinances governing bread production and sale. These medieval bakeries, often located near marketplaces or main thoroughfares, were bustling centers of activity, with bakers working long hours to meet the constant demand for fresh bread, which was sold directly to consumers or distributed to taverns and inns. The quality and weight of bread was strictly controlled by municipal authorities to prevent fraud and ensure fair pricing, with inspectors often checking loaves to guarantee they met established standards, reflecting the critical importance of bread to social stability. Different types of bread emerged to cater to various social strata, from the coarse, dark panis niger or maslin bread made from mixed grains like rye and wheat, consumed by peasants and laborers, to the finer, whiter manchet bread made from sifted wheat flour, preferred by the nobility and wealthy merchants. The medieval baker's craft was a respected profession, requiring not only skill in dough preparation and oven management, but also an understanding of the seasonal variations in grain quality and the complex regulations governing their trade. The communal oven, a ubiquitous feature of medieval villages and towns, symbolized the collective nature of bread production and consumption, serving as a central hub where villagers would bring their prepared dough to be baked, fostering a sense of community and shared sustenance. These large, wood-fired ovens, often managed by a designated baker or an appointed official, provided an efficient way for many households to bake their bread without each needing their own expensive and space-consuming oven, highlighting a practical solution to a common need. The practice of baking in communal ovens often involved a fee, paid in money, or a portion of the dough itself, which contributed to the baker's livelihood and the maintenance of the oven, creating a symbiotic relationship between the community and its bread providers. This shared baking experience was not merely transactional, it was a social event, a time for neighbors to gather, exchange news, and witness the transformation of their simple dough into fragrant, golden loaves, reinforcing the communal bonds that underpinned medieval life. The discovery of the Americas introduced new grains to the European diet, most notably maize, or corn, which, while not as widely adopted for leavened bread in Europe, became a foundational staple in many parts of the world, particularly in Latin America, where it was transformed into tortillas, tamales, and other corn-based breads. The indigenous peoples of the Americas had a long and sophisticated history of cultivating and processing maize, developing techniques like nixtamalization, where corn kernels are soaked and cooked in an alkaline solution, which significantly improves their nutritional value and makes them easier to grind into masa, the dough used for tortillas. This ancient process of nixtamalization, a remarkable example of early food science, not only enhances the availability of niacin and other nutrients, but also improves the texture and flavor of corn products, demonstrating a profound understanding of food chemistry long before modern scientific methods. Tortillas, thin, unleavened flatbreads made from masa, have been a dietary cornerstone in Mesoamerica for thousands of years, serving as both a food item and an edible utensil, embodying a simple yet incredibly versatile form of bread that continues to sustain millions. The age of exploration and subsequent global trade routes facilitated the exchange of agricultural products and culinary traditions, leading to a diversification of bread types and ingredients across continents, as wheat, rye, and barley traveled to new lands and local grains found their way into new recipes. This global exchange profoundly impacted bread making, introducing new flavors, textures, and techniques, and contributing to the incredible variety of breads we see today.
From the dense rye breads of Northern Europe to the light, fluffy naan of India, each a testament to cultural adaptation and innovation. The introduction of potatoes to Europe, for instance, eventually led to the development of potato breads, which offered a distinct texture and moisture, particularly in regions where wheat was scarce or expensive, showcasing how new ingredients could be creatively integrated into existing baking traditions. Similarly, the spread of spices and sweeteners through trade routes allowed for the creation of enriched and flavored breads, transforming a basic staple into a celebratory food, often associated with holidays and special occasions. The scientific revolution and the Enlightenment brought a more systematic approach to understanding the processes of fermentation and baking, with early chemists and microbiologists beginning to unravel the mysteries of yeast and its role in leavening, moving beyond anecdotal knowledge to empirical observation. Louis Pasteur's groundbreaking work in the 19th century, identifying yeast as a living organism responsible for fermentation, provided a scientific basis for understanding and controlling the bread-making process, leading to more consistent and predictable results. This scientific understanding allowed for the isolation and cultivation of specific yeast strains, leading to the development of commercial baker's yeast, which dramatically simplified and accelerated the leavening process, making bread production more efficient and accessible to home bakers. The Industrial Revolution further transformed bread making, introducing mechanized mills that could produce vast quantities of finely sifted flour, and later, large-scale industrial bakeries equipped with automated mixers, proofers, and ovens, capable of mass-producing bread at unprecedented scales. The 19th and 20th centuries witnessed significant advancements in milling technology, moving from stone grinding to roller mills, which could produce whiter, finer flours by more effectively separating the bran and germ from the endosperm, a process that, while creating a more aesthetically pleasing product, also removed many nutrients. This shift towards highly refined white flour, driven by consumer preference for lighter, softer bread, led to concerns about nutritional deficiencies, prompting governments and food scientists to advocate for the enrichment of flour with vitamins and minerals, a practice that continues today to ensure public health. The development of new baking techniques, such as the Chorleywood bread process in the 1960s, further industrialized bread production, allowing for the rapid creation of bread from lower protein wheats, using high-speed mixing and chemical improvers to reduce fermentation time and increase loaf volume. While these industrial methods made bread cheaper and more widely available, they also sparked a counter-movement towards traditional, artisanal bread making, emphasizing natural fermentation, long proofing times, and the use of whole grains, celebrating the complex flavors and textures that result from slower, more craft-oriented processes. Today, the world of bread is incredibly diverse, a testament to its long and rich history, with countless varieties reflecting regional ingredients, cultural traditions, and modern culinary innovations, from the crusty baguettes of France to the chewy bagels of New York and the dense pumpernickel of Germany. Artisan bakeries, often using sourdough starters passed down through generations, continue to uphold the ancient craft of bread making, focusing on quality ingredients, slow fermentation, and traditional baking methods to produce loaves with exceptional flavor and texture, connecting consumers to a timeless culinary heritage. The resurgence of interest in home baking, particularly during recent times, has reawakened a connection to this fundamental food, as individuals discover the simple satisfaction of transforming flour, water, salt, and yeast into a warm, fragrant loaf, a process that is both meditative and deeply rewarding. This renewed appreciation for the craft of bread making highlights its enduring appeal, not just as a source of sustenance, but as an art form, a cultural touchstone, and a comforting presence in our lives, embodying the warmth of home and the richness of human history. The journey of bread, from its humble beginnings as a simple mixture of crushed grains and water cooked on hot stones, to the sophisticated and diverse array of loaves found across the globe, represents a continuous thread woven through the fabric of human civilization, reflecting our ingenuity, adaptability, and cultural expressions. Each step in this evolution, from the accidental discovery of leavening to the scientific understanding of fermentation and the industrialization of production, has contributed to bread's omnipresence and its profound significance in human diets and cultures. The various forms of bread have served not only as essential nourishment, but also as symbols of hospitality, community, and even spiritual sustenance, deeply embedded in religious rituals and social customs across countless societies. From the daily breaking of bread in ancient households to the elaborate ceremonial loaves prepared for festivals, bread has consistently been at the heart of human gatherings, fostering connections and reinforcing shared identities. The very act of baking, whether in a simple domestic oven or a grand commercial bakery, involves a transformation that is almost alchemical, turning basic ingredients into something utterly new and deeply satisfying, a process that has captivated and sustained humanity for millennia. The aroma of freshly baked bread, a universal comfort, transcends cultural boundaries, evoking feelings of warmth, security, and home, a primal scent memory that connects us to our ancestors and their own experiences with this foundational food. This sensory connection to bread is a powerful reminder of its enduring role in our lives, a constant companion that has adapted and evolved alongside us, reflecting the changing landscapes of agriculture, technology, and society. The story of bread is, in essence, the story of humanity itself, a tale of innovation, resilience, and the continuous quest for sustenance and meaning, all encapsulated within the simple yet profound form of a loaf. The intricate dance between flour, water, salt, and yeast, orchestrated by the baker's hands and the oven's heat, continues to be a source of wonder and delight, a testament to the timeless appeal of this ancient food. The subtle variations in grain types, the robust earthiness of rye, the delicate sweetness of wheat, the distinctive texture of barley, each contribute to the unique character of different breads, offering a palette of flavors and textures that reflect the agricultural diversity of the world. The process of fermentation, whether through a carefully nurtured sourdough starter or commercial yeast, is a living, breathing component of bread making, imbuing the dough with complex flavors and creating the airy structure that defines leavened bread, a testament to the power of microscopic life. The shaping of the dough,
From simple rounds and batards to intricate braids and scored patterns is an art form in itself, allowing bakers to express creativity and craft, turning a functional food into an object of beauty.
The heat of the oven, the final transformative element, plays a critical role in developing the crust, setting the crumb, and deepening the flavors, turning a pale, yielding dough into a golden, fragrant loaf, a culinary miracle that has been perfected over thousands of years. The crackle of a freshly baked crust, the soft resistance of the interior, and the lingering warmth in one's hands are all part of the multisensory experience that makes bread so universally cherished. Even the simplest slice of bread, when savored, can evoke a profound connection to the countless generations who have relied on this staple for their survival and well-being. A continuous thread of shared experience stretching back to the dawn of agriculture. This deep historical resonance, combined with its fundamental role in nutrition and culture, ensures that bread will continue to be a central part of the human story, adapting to new technologies and tastes while retaining its essential character as a symbol of life and community. The global tapestry of bread varieties is a vibrant testament to human creativity and adaptation, each loaf telling a story of its origin, ingredients, and the hands that shaped it. From the flat, pliable lavash of the Middle East to the dense, dark pumpernickel of Germany and the sweet, enriched challah of Jewish tradition. These diverse breads are not merely sustenance, they are cultural ambassadors, carrying flavors, textures, and traditions across borders and through time, enriching the culinary landscape of the world. The continued evolution of bread, driven by both ancient wisdom and modern innovation, ensures its enduring relevance and appeal, a constant source of comfort, nourishment, and connection in an ever-changing world. The quiet contemplation of bread's journey, from field to table, from ancient hearth to modern oven, offers a soothing rhythm, a gentle reminder of the profound ways we sustain ourselves and build communities, settling into a peaceful appreciation for this timeless food.